industries with this new technology.
Which is why you have to what NFT means. On a very surface level, an NFT is something stored somewhere, or it's a pointer to something stored somewhere. But we look at it as art only because that was the first iteration. Mm-hmm. It could be anything.
So with this being like this parallel kind of universe, maybe we should talk a little bit about how is all this regulated. And I want to play you this clip of Diego Martinez. He had something to say about someone he knows.
I know a friend of mine has made thousands of dollars, basically copying NFT projects and then reselling them as his own, tricking people into thinking it's the original NFT project, getting them for a cheaper price, and then, making money like that. And there's nobody to stop him from doing that.
And that's not true. That's straight up fraud.
Yeah, because it sounds like it. And this is obviously just one side of it, but there's obviously other aspects of like using crypto and NFT. Could you be using it as payment? Could you go around a system? Is there people making sure that you're not doing that and so on?
Technically, it's unregulated. It's the wild, wild west. We're still figuring out, but there are ways to trace the way the wallets move, where the money is moving in the wallets, and to trace how much money is in the wallet as well. So again, like that's definitely fraud. But again, like if you're reading, if you're doing your due diligence and reading the story on the team and the actual community, then you'll be able to figure those projects out. But you can't really combat just the average person who sees like, oh, I should get into NFT, and I see this NFT that looks like a popular NFT. I get it. And I guess that would be your first introduction into Web3. So if you haven't been scammed, if you know what I mean, I feel like you're not really in it, because I've been scammed. And that's just real.
You live and learn. Okay.
And that's a really good point. And it's interesting to me that people talk about regulation as if it's something that's not happening, when really it's about people not being willing to take the steps they need to do to enforce their rights. For example, there are plenty of stories about what they call rug pulls in NFTs, where somebody will start a project saying, we're going to do X, Y, and Z in the NFT space. We're going to have these avatars or these JPEGs or these images, whatever. And we're going to promote them. We're going to get a community around them, and they'll assemble the Discord. They'll get it all started. They'll take the money. The initial ones will be minted, and then they'll disappear, right? That is straight up fraud. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't take a special regulator to stop that. What you need regulation for, and something that doesn't exist today, is when somebody says, if you buy my NFTs, I promise you are going to make 10x your money. Right? That is a form of communications that in the securities world is regulated. You cannot make promises like that about a publicly traded stock. Now, you can do it about your cyber currency, your cryptocurrency. You can do it about your NFTs. So is that some place where we could have new regulation? Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time.
It's a matter of time. Maybe
these other things that are just straight up fraud, it's a matter of somebody saying, I'm going to take these people to court.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we'll see more of that as we continue down this road, right? And I think we briefly mentioned it, that NFT becomes maybe interesting when it's connected to real items and or like products. I think one of you said real estate, right? And Martinez also had a good point about that, I believe.
Like at this point is like art, it's a JPEG. You buy it and you own this digital art. But in the future, it could be a whole lot more things. Like you could put your house up on an NFT instead of going through a realtor now, and like, the whole escrow process and having to deal with different contracts and months of waiting to sell your house. You could put your house up. Now, all of a sudden, somebody buys your house as an NFT.
So how would that work? It seems a little
Well, the
abstract.
NFT would be backed by the physical asset. So
Mm.
obviously the seller of the house would agree to, hey, okay, I'm agreeing to put my house on the market as this NFT for this value, and anyone with the funds or the requirements can purchase it. So yeah, he's not lying. And there's companies that's already doing that now, with not only real estate, with pretty much everything.
Yeah, I know Kevin or Larry that you might know from Shark Tank has also made his point about how NFTs are really going to be interesting and be bigger than Bitcoin even because they have this aspect of being connected to products, and you can verify that you have a real watch or you have a real, whatnot.
I wouldn't say it'll be bigger than Bitcoin, but I hear what he's saying. But Bitcoin is definitely the OG. It's the original cryptocurrency. It was the example that we have today, and some of the experts are predicting in 10 years that one full Bitcoin would be up to $100 million. So who knows?
Yeah, so how is this going to affect society and the economy? It sounds so great. You can make so much money on it, but what is the downside? Is this really, are we going to improve society by doing all this, John?
Well, you can't make something out of nothing. At some point, you run out of people who are willing to pay you more than what you paid for something if there isn't a tangible physical value to it. But one thing that I'm really interested in is how NFTs open markets for people. And I'd love to hear Adrian talk a little bit more about what he's doing with music, because there's the possibility here for people, musicians, to go directly to the public with products that they haven't been able to sell before. For example, you could sell a portion of your royalty stream. You could sell a tiny bit of your songwriting credit. You can do things like that through NFTs that you can't possibly do otherwise.
Right. And so with my project, being a talent manager for over 12 years, I wanted to offer things that I had in my repertoire that I can provide value to a new artist. So in my project, there's 20 instrumental tracks of different genres, and we have different tiers and different values. We're on the Polygon network for blockchain. I chose that because it has a low carbon fiber print, which basically means it's less computers working to make it work. And I should have chosen Ethereum, big picture, because it's the more popular one, in the sense that more people have Ethereum, have more access to Ethereum. But the education, as far as the barrier of the bridge from Polygon to Ethereum is pretty difficult for the average person. So I'm trying to figure out how to communicate that better to the masses. But with my project, I'm offering several utility like studio time from 2 to 4 hours, music video shoots, photo shoots, marketing plans with advertising budgets. We're offering metaverse avatars so they can start creating what their character is going to look like in the metaverse. And also with the merchandise that we're offering, you'll be able to have a digital version of that as well. So
have you thought about offering stems and maybe even beats with the copyrights so that people could, use them for their own tracks?
So yes. So for this project, no. But what we did is we gave ownership for each track. So the first tier, it's 0.02%. Second tier is 0.04%. And the third tier is 1% of the streaming royalty. So the fans or the purchasers of these NFTs can participate in the payouts of Spotify, Apple Music, and Tidal. So that gives the fan incentive to stream the music and participate in the whole ecosystem. And also, so the charity component, I aligned with the Future of Technology, and they're based out of North Carolina. And I thought their mission was cool because they donate computers and physical hardware technology to families in underprivileged areas and students that don't have the money for the tech, that are asking for the tech. And growing up, I didn't have the access to the tech, but I was always interested in it too. So what I've learned is being a manager for several years, as long as you're providing tools to bright minds, they're going to pick it up fast. So Yeah.
Nice.
So with my music NFT, I want to offer education and real things that an artist or a musician would need to advance their career. Or if they're smart, they would see it as a networking tool to meet me and to see how I can help further them evaluate their career or whatever. So there's a lot of ways you can look at it. And also, most importantly, for college students and athletes, um, you don't really have a chance to make money if you're playing sports because most of your time is dedicated to sports. So now that the law is saying you can get paid on your likeness, every player should have a jersey or a PFP or something that represents them or their brand to get paid. And if you can deliver it in a creative way, which I feel like the youth has the better advantage of doing, you can make income. It's more than just making money. You can make an impact. You can build a career. You can take care of your family. You can do a lot of things.
That's great. I like the charity part of it, that you're helping a community and you can donate through through this. So what is the future gonna be? What does it look like for NFTs in the metaverse? What can we expect? What do you think, John?
There's a lot of different ways it could go. And one of the problems right now is there is too many people losing money, too many scams, too much fraud.
Mm-hmm.
That's grabbing the headlines and I think deterring people from getting in. I also think that there's a lot of imagination that is still to be applied to this. And that I think is going to be when it gets really interesting. When you go from easily copyable JPEGs being sold for 1,000 to 10,000 or whatever, to something where adding authenticity to it really adds value. And what that looks like, I don't know. I don't have the imagination for it. But there are people out there who do.
Like he said, it's endless, and it's the imagination can only imagine where it's going to go. But the next phase is Web 4, and that's artificial intelligence. In my opinion, I feel like it's the reality of how the humans are dealing with the artificial intelligence after we created it. And so I feel like that's the challenge going forward, but it's also a good challenge because you can do so much to create these things and whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do, literally, it's endless.
Yeah, I mean, virtual reality like that, like you're saying, that's the next thing, or maybe we're already there, but that can seem a little scary to people, no?
It could, depending on how you take it. But again, like it's happening whether we like it or not. So the more we can just understand it and educate ourselves on how to adjust and to live with it, and outside of that, how to use it as an advantage.
So it all depends on the application, right? When you think about using avatars in a Zoom meeting instead of yourself, who really wants to do that? I mean, that's not a great leap forward. But when you think about avatars in a setting where you're learning how to use a machine, where somebody is teaching you something that you need to know in order to get something done, that's a lot more interesting. So it really depends on people coming up with the next level of application as opposed to the first thing that they can think of. To use a vegan example, right?
Yeah.
If you become a vegan, in order to have vegan sausages or vegan pulled pork, you're kind of missing the point, right? That's not showing off what you can do when you take meat out of the equation, right? You're trying to replicate what you do already. And so if you use NFTs and AI and Web3 to replicate what you do already, where's the excitement? What's the point?
Yeah, so this really does come down to creativity, you're saying, and maybe this is something, like you said, Adrian, that young people should jump on the train, so to say. No?
Not
Is that
necessarily
the
jump on the train. Educate yourself and then
Yeah.
figure out how you can maximize with the understanding and the technology,
Okay.
and see how you can help create change in industry. Like, think bigger than just trying to make money. Try to make an impact in society. Seriously,
Okay.
that's what technology is for.
Perfect. Thank you so much both for joining us. You're watching On Point. We'll be right back.
You told me not to talk to strangers. You told me not to cross the street without looking both ways.
You told me not to touch the stove.
You told me not to do drugs.
You told me not to drink and drive.
You gave me so many messages about how to stay safe. Why didn't you keep me safe by properly storing your gun?
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it.
Families don't have to talk about everything, but they should talk about how to plan for an emergency. Get tips and resources to make your family's emergency plan.
Put the keys down, Kevin. But I'm gonna drive home. There are several warning signs present that you shouldn't be driving. I guess I have really been looking for love in this dating app. Yep, I'm definitely gonna call a ride home.
Thank you for watching On Point. You can follow us on social media at CSUN On Point. You can hear us on KCSN 88.5 FM on Sunday mornings at 5:30. You can watch us on LA36 and Santa Clarita Valley Television. For all of us here at On Point, I'm Daniel Sandoval.
You're watching LA36, television dedicated to lifelong learning. that sense of freedom. You just felt like you were the boss, you know. I was too much of a daredevil. I like to do all the maneuvers and all that. And it's something that gets in your blood. If anybody has ever flown like that, it's there and it never leaves them.
In 1915, the world was at war. The first continental telephone call was made between New York and San Francisco. Charlie Chaplin's sixth film, The Tramp, was released. The young state of Oklahoma was a mixture of Indians, outlaws, white settlers, and oil barons. Along the Chisholm Trail, on the outskirts of Marlow, Oklahoma, a full-blood Chickasaw Choctaw Indian and her husband, a blind businessman, would welcome Eula Pearl Carter into their growing family. Mentored by Wiley Post, she would become the youngest licensed pilot in the nation, a barnstormer and a commercial pilot by the age of 14. Following his legendary exploits and circumnavigating the globe, Post would bestow a unique honor onto young Pearl, inviting her to pilot his world-famous plane, the Winnie Mae. Still, Pearl would not be known much beyond the city limits of her hometown until her late 70s. She ran away and married before reaching adulthood, only to walk away from aviation later for the sake of her children. She struggled to hang on to 2 farms during the Depression, but they would be swept away in the Dust Bowl. The strain of life on the road and the struggle to make ends meet would end her 30-year marriage. But somewhere in Pearl, a determination remained. After rediscovering her heritage, she would become a beloved figure among her Native American family, well before the world would learn of her remarkable past. Pearl came from a long line of strong, determined Native Americans. In 1837, almost 80 years before she was born, the United States government forced her ancestors from their homeland in northern Mississippi along the notorious Trail of Tears. After arriving in Indian Territory, the resilient Chickasaw and Choctaw tribes resolved to reestablish their disappearing way of life and instill into their offspring strong Native American values. Pearl's mother, Lucinda Gibson, was half Chickasaw and half Choctaw, and the granddaughter of Trail of Tears survivor Shimentaw. Lucy's family settled in Marlow, one of many tent cities that sprang up overnight as white settlers pushed into Indian Territory. On Saturdays, they went into town, leaving their horses and wagon at the Carter family's livery stable. Although blinded as a teenager, young George was a hardworking, ambitious young man.
George Carter grew up on a farm. He and his brother were involved in harvesting broom corn, and they got a lot of the chaff in their eyes somehow, and it was really bothering them, and their parents sent for the doctor who came, and he looked and he put some kind of drops in George's eyes and one of his brother's eyes that blinded both of them. He went to school for the blind in Arkansas, I believe in Little Rock, and learned how to do just about anything a sighted person could do, really. He moved to the Marlow area as a young man, looking to just start his own career. He met Lucinda, who would become his wife. Everybody called her Lucy. They married. He reinvested virtually everything he made into the company. He acquired land, he acquired leases to lands, so he had lands that he would lease and lands that he bought.
George and Lucy eventually had 5 children: Opalita, Pearl, Arnita, and George Jr. Willie, a Choctaw orphan, became part of the family too. George's success as a businessman afforded the Carter family nearly every advantage. They were among Marlowe's leading citizens. It was the 1920s. Bands and orchestras played a mix of old Southern, popular, folk, and classical melodies, plus military music and that new sound, jazz.
Her father loved music, so he encouraged the children all to learn how to play musical instruments. And they all played different things, and so they had a little Carter family band. And Pearl played violin and saxophone. And they would go out and play at the little country churches and dances. She was talented in a lot of ways. Her adopted brother taught her how to drive when she was 11 years old, how to drive a car. She went in and sprang that on her father, that I know how to drive and can I have a car? And they talked it over, and there was something about Pearl and her confidence that her father said, yeah, you can have a car.
Big Daddy, my grandfather, Carter, he took a liking to Mother. Now, Mother assisted him due to his blindness.
He bought her a 1927 Durant Roadster, and she drove it to school, took him to work often. She'd take George out to the country to meet with his folks that he worked with and on business trips. Even before, being this pioneer in aviation, there probably weren't too many 12-year-old girls running around driving what was kind of like a sports car.
Far away from Marlowe, both the men and women were gaining wide notoriety flying this imaginative new contraption, the airplane. One sunny afternoon, a fledgling aviator flew his old jalopy of an airplane to Marlowe and landed in George Carter's field. The young man was Wiley Post. Post would become Pearl's hero and mentor.
People turned out to see this contraption, airplane that Wiley flew, and the Carters were among those that went over there to look at this. I guess there was some affinity with Wiley, who was blind in one eye, and George, who was totally blind. They hit it off. Wiley asked George if he would like to be his first passenger now that he had his license to fly solo. It was a 2-seater airplane, and so George did that. And Pearl, of course, observed all of this. She asked Wiley a lot of questions and was so excited.
He took her up, and she said, and then that's when the bug bit me. Said, I knew I had the bug. She said, and I carried it on out.
Every time he came to town, it was routine. She would go flying with Wiley, and he would teach her more about the airplane and about how to fly it. Pretty soon, it became apparent to him that she was a natural. She just had a feel for it. She had no fear. She always said that the joy and the exhilaration of flying was so great that it would overshadow any possible fear you'd have. It was nothing compared to how much fun it was.
From that point on, Wiley served as a mentor to her. And he actually convinced George to buy her a plane because it would benefit George business-wise.
She flew a Curtiss Robin. It was a plane that was somewhat modeled after Lindbergh's Spirit of St. Louis. Wiley picked it out for her. He thought that was a real good plane for her. And she was in school one day when she heard it fly over. and heard 2 planes fly over, and she knew that it was Wiley and his friends bringing her plane to her. So she couldn't wait to get out of there and go see it. And George actually hired another pilot in the area who taught her more.
Pearl soloed, got her beginner's license, and became the nation's youngest licensed flyer.
By age 12, she was flying, and flying solo. She was a commercial pilot, flew businessmen from town to town by the time she was 14, and barnstorming as well.
She had Marlowe painted on the underside of the wings in big red letters so she could fly over and at football games and different things. She'd talk her friends into go flying with her. She'd usually just scare the heck out of them. Oftentimes so badly that they wouldn't fly with her anymore because she'd do the dives and the flips and the rolls and the stunts.
Taught me what a barrel roll was. Tell me about it. Use her hands, how to do it, all this.
And her mother wouldn't fly with her because she scared her. But she just couldn't resist doing the tricks.
She was taking these parachutists up at these barnstorm shows and all that. They were jumping out of the plane. And this one talked her into jumping out. My grandfather got word of it. He called my grandmother and they went out to the airport just as they were fixing to get into the plane. He put a stop to that right then.
She became a crowd favorite in southern Oklahoma and North Texas, at barnstorming events and air circuses. She was also in demand at air shows, airport openings, festivals, and at other business-related celebrations.
Wiley Post invited Pearl to come to Oklahoma City. He was going to be in town, and so she flew her plane up and landed at an airport in South Oklahoma City. Wiley, however, was out at the north part of town, so they ended up having to drive out there to where the festivities were. When it was over, Wiley suggested that, why don't I just fly you back down to your plane? And so they got in the airplane, and he basically told her, oh, and you're going to fly the Winnie Mae. With the Winnie Mae, the trickiest part of that airplane was taking off and especially landing. She did it flawlessly. Later in life, she realized no one else had ever flown that plane and never did except for Wiley and his chief mechanic. He was notorious for not letting anybody fly his airplane. He didn't trust very many people, but he trusted her because he knew that she, as he put it, was just a natural flyer. Scotty's family lived out on a farm outside of Marlowe, but would come to town on Saturdays. And I think that she was just downtown and met Scotty. And they obviously liked each other, and so they started arranging to meet at the drugstore. There was a drugstore there that they'd meet and have a Coke or whatever. And the relationship grew from there.
Dad had, growing up, Dad farmed. He was a farmer. He and Mother were dating. Mother would be in an airplane, fly on. She'd catch Daddy, see him down there plowing with a team of horses. She'd just buzz him with that airplane. Of course, the horses weren't too cordial to that airplane, buzz them around. Daddy would get highly excited about it.
When she decided to get married, she knew that her parents wouldn't approve because she was so young, 16. So they essentially eloped and then announced that they were married. Father didn't like it, and there was a little period of time there where there was a little bit of estrangement, but that didn't last very long. They couldn't stay mad at Pearl.
After she got married and had her first child, she began to rethink the safety of flying because she knew that once she was in the air, she was never going to stop doing the stunts. It was just in her blood. She was a daredevil. She knew it. But she gave up something that she loved because the people she loved needed her, and she wanted to be there for her family.
She had 2 sons and a daughter. Louise was the oldest. and then Bill, and then Carter. She doted on her children. She once said that she had 3 careers: aviation, public service to the Chickasaw Nation, and motherhood, and of the 3, motherhood was the most important. She was in her father's business office. Some people came in, and they were coming to see George about some matter. And on the way, they heard the news, and when they came into the office, they said, "Have you heard?" And they said, "No, what?" Wiley Post and Will Rogers were killed, plane accident. And so it really hit her hard. And then only a year later, George died, and that was just crushing as well.
That's one small step for man.
When Neil Armstrong, the Apollo crew, landed on the moon, and he was the first person to walk on the moon, she remembered that Wiley had told her in the early 30s that one of these days we'll land on the moon and man will walk on the moon. And she said, "When?" And he said, "Probably not in my lifetime, but it will happen." And so when that happened, of course, she flashed back to that and went out and looked at the moon while Armstrong was out there on it, and had all these emotions and feelings that came over her then. Pearl, of course, had married and at age 16, and in the 30s lived on a farm with her husband, trying to make a living in the Great Depression, trying to keep cattle alive. I mean, they'd dig down in this dry creek bed to hopefully get a little water to come up so the cattle could get something to drink.
It was hard times. In a lot of ways, we really didn't realize it because Mother canned fruit and vegetables and meat. And we always had something to eat. And there was a lot of people that didn't have. Hobos would come by the doors begging for food or just for any kind of work to make some money to be able to eat.
And by the time that the 30s ended, they had lost their farms. Scotty had to go to work in the oil fields to make ends meet. He was a pipe fitter. Pearl was left home with the kids alone. She had to raise them, manage the household, and she also worked outside the home. She had various jobs at different times. She worked in a grocery store, she worked in a cafe, she was a realtor secretary. She did a number of things, and she worked very, very long hours, but she was determined to make things work.
By the time her kids were out of high school and gone, they had very little, she and her husband, and their house burned down, and everything in it was destroyed. And they got a little house trailer and went from job to job and lived in that for a while. I think the strains of all of that finally caught up with them, and she divorced her husband.
Scotty had just been away from home too much. Pearl missed him, and she didn't really have much hope that, that she would have the husband at home that she had always wanted. She did remarry, and that did not work out. She came to regret her divorce from Scotty.
And she told me one time, while I was back home visiting and everything, that she had these dreams about where Daddy would come into her dreams and tell her he's okay.
She was on her own, had virtually nothing. And, from this glamorous childhood of being an aviatrix and being renowned. And it was that point her philosophy of never give up really kicked in, and she didn't. She went to a training center in Tucson, Arizona, where they trained people to be the community health representatives. And there she met representatives from Indian tribes all over the United States and learned to enjoy their history and cultures, music, dance. Became fascinated then by her own heritage and began working 12 to 14-hour days, sometimes longer, out in the field trying to help with health matters, but also if they needed assistance in figuring out how to access help from the tribe or from somewhere else. That was her job. So she did that faithfully.
You know, to be a CHR, it takes a special person. And Pearl was a special person. She was really dedicated to her people, and she was the only one in that area. Back then, we were spaced out pretty far. I had our office in our cars, and the people knew that if they came to her, she would get them help some way.
And because she worked face-to-face with those individuals, when the opportunity came for Pearl to serve as a legislator for the Chickasaw Nation, the people already knew her and trusted her, so it wasn't that much of a stretch for her to win a seat.
She knew the issues, and I remember one that we didn't agree on, and she said, "Frank, have you read that resolution?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Have you read it all the way through?" And a lot of times I'd talk to her, and then after I read the whole resolution, I agreed with her. She never went back on her word. Whatever she said, that's where it was. And when she walked through the door, we all stopped. Same way with kids. She's working with the kids, trying to get them off of alcohol and drugs, and just kids in general. And Pearl really had that sense. I mean, when she walked in, the kids just quietened down.
She was elected in '83 and was out for a term, and then she was elected again and served 2 more terms. And then when she left office, Governor Anatubby didn't want to lose the benefit of her involvement and help, so he made her governor's representative in Marlow.
At age 78, Pearl felt it was time to retire. Now it was time for the world to recognize her life and service.
She was very, very happy when it came time for her to retire. She worked for Governor Anatubby pretty much the rest of her life. Loved the idea that she was still doing something of value, of use to the people. But she also had some time to enjoy with her sisters and brother George and other elements of the family. She got to go tour the Smithsonian Institution, and particularly the Aviation Museum, where she saw the Winnie Mae. A flood of memories of Wiley and her father back in the days when she was learning how to fly, and she realized that she still missed them.
Her aviation accomplishments had gone virtually unrecognized for about 60 years. In the mid-1990s, an historian learned of Pearl's exceptional life, and word quickly spread. She was nominated and accepted into the Oklahoma Aviation and Space Hall of Fame, and was named to the Chickasaw Nation Hall of Fame in the same year. She also received several other notable honors and recognitions over the next few years. In the spring of 2005, with her health failing, Pearl entered the intensive care unit in an Oklahoma City hospital. She told the nurse that she was secure in her faith and knew that her time was near. The next day, March 28, 2005, Pearl Carter Scott passed away in her sleep.
It was the 4th of July, and she was elected the queen of this 4th of July celebration, and she rode down the main street of Marlow in a car with an old doctor that lived here all of his life. And they had the crowning, and she reached over and she kissed the doctor.
And she just had that swagger about her that she was not going to blink, and she could walk into a room. She was not big by any means, but she had that swagger and that charisma, and when she walked into a room, you had to take notice.
There's some people that when they come in, their countenance radiates and lights up the place.
She was that way. She had that feeling that she was going to do something with her life. And her accomplishments were amazing, really.
Something makes me think about Pearl pretty much every day. And she's an inspiration in a lot of ways.
Anytime Mother was given a task, she did it till its complete end. She did not believe in cutting corners, anything. Do it right. And you keep doing it till you got it right.
She's history. Pearl is history. And I feel part of it because I met her.
She was always, I'd say, on top of the world.
She'll be remembered as a pioneer in aviation, 13-year-old aviator, young Chickasaw girl, less than 5 foot tall, flying airplanes. It was a unique time in our history because we'll never see that again. I hope that she will be remembered, and I trust that she will for far more than that, because I think the courage she showed in the rest of her life, dealing with what she had to deal with, may have surpassed the courage she showed as an aviator.
That if you fall down, don't lay down there. You get up and show people that you can do what you want to. And you can if you want to.
You're watching LA36, television dedicated to lifelong learning.
Our people are our stories. Our past is our knowledge, and our culture is our future. Relive our first encounters. Experience the stories of removal from our homelands. Feel the spirit of our people and the determination to continue thriving as the great unconquered and unconquerable Chickasaw Nation. Join us in experiencing our stories, the Chickasaw Heritage Series.
It is my pleasure to introduce First Encounter, the first documentary installment within the Chickasaw Heritage Series. The Chickasaw Heritage Series will feature history-based documentaries and educational videos written and produced entirely by the Chickasaw Nation. Through the Heritage Series, we're able to tell our stories and inform others of our history, culture, and traditions. We're able to relive moments in time that are of great significance to the Chickasaw Nation, Chickasaw people, and other Native American tribes. The First Encounter documentary portrays an important time in Chickasaw history. It documents the devastating impact Spanish conquest had on indigenous cultures in North America during the 16th century, specifically the Hernando de Soto expedition. Throughout our long history, the Chickasaw people have found themselves at the forefront of great events. This was especially true when De Soto and his entourage arrived in 1540. Our Chickasaw ancestors played a major role in the ultimate failure of De Soto's excursion into North America. The expedition achieved what historians call the Columbian Exchange. Their visit permanently altered the social, political, and ecological environment of the New World, thus ushering in a new age. The First Encounter documentary portrays the actions taken by the Chickasaws that proved to be the catalyst for the dwindling of Hernando de Soto's mission for gold and riches in America during the late 1530s and early 40s. It was many years before our Chickasaw ancestors encountered Europeans again. The battle with De Soto was a pivotal point in Chickasaw history and set a standard for the persevering warrior spirit Chickasaws are still known for today. From Chickasaw removal in the 1800s to the establishment of our new government in Oklahoma, we have upheld our persevering spirit as a nation united by our people. The Heritage Series is a part of our mission to enhance the overall quality of life of Chickasaw people and presents transformative tribal history from a Chickasaw perspective. We hope you enjoy the film. As we build upon our Heritage Series, we continue to reflect on our past and build toward our future.
It was their proud history as fierce warriors that designated the Chickasaw as the Spartans of the lower Mississippi Valley. They were known in the Southeast and beyond for their untiring ability to preserve their independence and sovereignty in the face of countless enemies. In the mid-14th century, after a series of migrations, the Chickasaw were setting up highly functioning societies in present-day Mississippi.
They came there as migrant peoples, but they created for themselves a major civilization. They created this civilization by organizing themselves socially. Next, they organized themselves spiritually, and lastly, they organized themselves politically. You can see it mainly in the artifacts that are found from this Mississippian period. These are the types of things that show us that there is a major civilization going on. Anthropologists and archaeologists refer to it as the epitome of civilization before European exploration on the North American continent.
Though the Chickasaw were a relatively small tribe, they claimed large hunting areas in present-day Alabama, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Not only were the inner workings of the tribe highly organized, the Chickasaw had trade networks that spanned the continent.
Many of the trade networks functioned socially or diplomatically just as much as economically. These trade items were not necessarily commodities that were necessary for subsistence or daily life, but somewhat exotic.
This would have been things like shell artifacts from maybe the coast, conch shell cups, maybe some copper plates. Certainly women would have been making and using basketry. Goods that would have been imported in from different areas around the Southeast and even as far away, say, the Great Lakes.
In the winter of 1540, however, the Chickasaw became one of the many Native American tribes who were subject to an unwelcome European visitor, Hernando de Soto.
Hernando de Soto had been a lieutenant, if you will, under Pizarro in the conquest of Peru earlier in the 16th century. So he had been present for the conquest of a Native American people, and he was expert in the techniques of exploitation and subterfuge. This is a pattern we see in the Southeast that De Soto used repeatedly because he knew it was effective.
De Soto's fleet dropped anchor on the shores of what is now Florida in May of 1539. 9 ships carried hundreds of men, horses, pigs, and war dogs. Although they were on a mission of exploration and conquest, They were also hoping to exploit the indigenous people's riches and establish new colonial settlements. The conquistadors were heavily armed and proceeded to plunder, ravage, and murder their way through south and central portions of North America, enslaving hundreds of indigenous people as they went.
When he came to Florida, he expected to find silver and gold. He was a seasoned conquistador, a ruthless, cruel man. He wanted the glory that went with the gold.
The way the Spanish government did all this was they said, okay, if you can conquer it, you can exploit it, but you have to give us a cut. And that's one of the reasons that they sent people along to keep an eye, to make sure that they were going to get what they were supposed to get according to the original agreement.
And so what DeSoto was after, pure and simple, was conquest and riches. It's clear from reading the Chronicles that the Spaniards didn't have much concern about how they got that.
DeSoto and his men came with unfamiliar animals, armor, materials, and technology. Many natives were in awe of this and perceived the Spaniards as otherworldly. Taking advantage of their unfamiliarity, DeSoto convinced some of the tribes that he was an immortal sun god as a ploy to gain their submission without conflict. As winter approached, DeSoto decided to forego a camp in Florida and chose instead to seek gold, rumored to be mined toward the sun's rising. Not suspecting that these rumors were a strategy used by the Native American tribes to get DeSoto to move away from their villages, the expedition then turned northeast through what is now Georgia. During the climactic Battle of Mabila, DeSoto heard of the Chickasaw and of their lands, rumored to be rich with fields of maize. After months of traversing through present-day Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Alabama, DeSoto and his men arrived in Chickasaw territory in December of 1540. The two came face to face on the opposite banks of the Tombigbee River. Warriors showered the Spaniards with arrows, and despite the rigid reception, DeSoto commanded his troops to construct rafts. They eventually crossed the river, where they settled in an abandoned village. Despite their initial reluctance about the Spanish invaders, the Chickasaw became curious about the non-natives, the likes of which they'd never seen before. The Chickasaw decided to pull back and reassess the Spaniards, both for diplomatic and strategic purposes. With their armor, weaponry, and overwhelming presence, the Spaniards intrigued the Chickasaw. DeSoto used this curiosity to his advantage, taking several Chickasaw men hostage and sending word that he wanted to see their chief. Mikalusa, the principal Miko of the tribe at that time, and the other head Chickasaw men remained hospitable to the Spaniards.
They were trying to find a way to overcome DeSoto. So it was a relationship that was complicated, and it was about power, and ultimately, of course, the Chickasaw won.
If war was the best interest for the Chickasaw people, then he would decide on war.
One of the chroniclers of the expedition stated that the Chickasaw presented them with food, hides, and blankets, and offered DeSoto their services.
At the beginning, I mean, obviously, it's much more efficient if you can just persuade the people to, like you and give you what you want and be friends and allies and all the rest of it. So he started off that way. But when it came to anything that thwarted his requirements, he did not hesitate to use violence however he needed to.
DeSoto did try to assert authority, if you will, over Chickasaw leadership and the tribe as a whole. Like most Spanish of his time, they came from a culture that believed that they were far superior to most everybody else in the world, especially Native people, and that was the attitude that they took with the Chickasaws.
In the dead of that winter, DeSoto's soldiers looted the Chickasaws' food supply. After watching their reserves beginning to diminish, 3 desperate Chickasaw men were caught trying to reclaim stolen food from the Spaniards' camp. Needless to say, the punishment from DeSoto was swift.
He had 2 of the thieves killed with crossbows, and he had the 3rd one returned to the chief without hands, as a message of this is what happens when people steal from the Spaniards.
Still, a cautious peace remained. The Chickasaw realized DeSoto wouldn't depart their territory until spring, and DeSoto remained vigilant and suspicious of the Chickasaw.
The Spaniards wrote that it snowed when they were at Chickasha, and that this snow lay almost a foot thick on the ground, which is a very rare thing for North Mississippi, and that it stayed for 2 weeks.
It was a massive snowstorm. Scholars have found that this was actually a period of a mini ice age, and houses that they found in the town of Chickasha were not enough to house his 400-plus men, and they were cold and they were hungry. It wasn't enough.
By late February, as the weather moderated and spring began, DeSoto announced that the expedition would be moving forward.
They had counted on getting supplies from the indigenous people. That was part of their whole way of doing things. And that was one of the reasons that they were sort of bulled around and sort of tried to subjugate people. This did not make them any friends, and they were attacked multiple times as they crossed the southeast because they would just push everything too far.
As with many tribes before, DeSoto approached the Chickasaw leadership and made outrageous demands. His orders included 200 Chickasaw men to carry his baggage, herd his hogs, and build and serve his camps along the trail. DeSoto also demanded that several young tribal women would be furnished to serve his soldiers.
The Chickasaws were unwilling to subject themselves, their men or their women, to the sort of demands on them that would be made by accompanying the Spaniards along the trail. So the decision must have been made to attack the Spanish and drive them from the province of Chickasha. And the result of that was the night attack.
In order to buy time, the Miko requested that the issue be put before his tribal council before answering. DeSoto granted the chief more time. But instead of considering DeSoto's demands, the Chickasaw planned an ambush on the unwelcome visitors. In the weeks prior to the ambush, Chickasaw warriors had made several reconnaissance trips to DeSoto's camp. On these trips, the warriors assessed the operations of the camp, looking for patterns and weaknesses. Perhaps all his prior plundering experience honed his intuition, because DeSoto rightly suspected that the Chickasaw were plotting an attack.
The Chickasaws would come in the night and howl or sing in a frightening manner to the Spaniards, and also beat drums. Night after night after night this occurred. The Spanish armed themselves and prepared for an attack, but none came. As it turned out, this was a strategy to lull the Spanish into complacency. In preparation for the attack, the Chickasaws knew that they would eventually have to launch.
Despite DeSoto's preparation and vigilance, his men were worn thin, tired and vulnerable from the Chickasaws' many visits. On that evening in early March, he told his assembly of men, "I will sleep armed and with my horse saddled," and the soldiers agreed to do the same. By the time of the attack, the warriors knew well the manner in which the Spanish soldiers slept and how they guarded themselves while occupying the tribe's abandoned village. More than 300 Chickasaw warriors crept into their camp early in the morning, carrying small clay pots full of smoldering herbs. Using the pots and arrows wrapped with the same herbs, they set fire to most of the structures. Spanish soldiers, mostly undressed and unarmed, ran out of their houses and were met by a barrage of Chickasaw arrows. Dozens of soldiers were killed and wounded, along with 50 to 60 horses. With much of their clothing, uniforms, and equipment burned up, the wounded didn't have much to salvage. One chronicler said that it was a great mystery of God why the entire group of Spanish weren't wiped out. However, it was a southeastern Indian custom to strike a hard but quick blow without losing any men. This remained the Chickasaw strategy for centuries.
It was strike and retreat, show your opponent who's boss, punish them. I think these are the strategies of Mississippian warfare.
It is still not known why, despite DeSoto's demands, that the Spanish were unprepared for the ambush. Armed men and horses were assigned to guard the camp that night, but the vulnerability of the camp could also be attributed to DeSoto's arrogance. He simply did not believe he could be defeated by the Chickasaw.
DeSoto's men by this point, I think, were so disaffected with him. DeSoto was not a good leader, and it was clear he was maniacal, and I think his men were losing faith in him, and so I think they ignored him.
After the smoke cleared, the Spaniards, many naked and unarmed, moved on to another camp to recover.
They held up in a small abandoned village not too far from where all of this took place, and they attempted to make a plan to leave the territory.
DeSoto moved on for good, forever weakened and demoralized. On May 21st, 1542, DeSoto died from complications of fever before getting the chance to leave the mainland. In order to hide his death from the natives and uphold his constant claims of divinity, his men sunk his body in the Mississippi River.
Certainly in the case of the Chickasaw and the Hernando de Soto expedition, there are two sides, big time, and it's important that we hear both of them.
DeSoto's mission was really a failed mission. He was a failure in the eyes of his men, and a failure in the eyes of people in Cuba and Spain who expected him to return again a glorious conquistador with lots of diamonds and gold.
"150 years would pass before the Chickasaw would once again encounter Europeans attempting to enter their homeland in an attempt to colonize.
The Chickasaw, from that first encounter on up, became somebody that you wouldn't want to cross. Part of what history is about is telling your own story. The Chickasaw have a stake in understanding the records of their past, because it tells a story that's much, much different than the one that I was taught of the colonization of the Southeast.
The Chickasaws are one of very few who survived in their homeland, in place, maintaining their sovereignty through the Spanish, the French, the English, and all these periods of colonial aggression. The DeSoto legacy for the Chickasaws is the beginning of a period that is still unfolding today. The Chickasaw story is not over.
The conflict with DeSoto and the Spaniards left a mark that resonates through the pages of history, a legacy of being unconquered and unconquerable.
When you find a dream to call your own, all it takes is one leap, and your heart takes flight. And sometimes, that dream will carry you further than you ever imagined. I grew up in rural Oklahoma in the 1920s, what used to be Indian Territory. There were changes going on all around us. We'd been a state only a few years, and old ways were bumping into new ones all the time.
8, 9, 10.
Life seemed pretty simple for us kids, though. We had time to play and time to dream. I was just a young girl, but I was already doing things most folks would never have thought a kid could do. And the sky seemed big enough to hold anything I could dream up.
Pearl! Pearl! Coming, Mama.
Your father's ready to go. Nanta chica timmy tuk.
Nothing, Mama. I just fell.
Well, your father's ready to go now. Get inside and comb that rat's nest and change that shirt, or else the whole town's gonna think Georgie has a brother. Kids, if y'all want to go, we need to go. Your father's ready.
Ew. Where you been, Pearl? You know you're supposed to practice your music for church tomorrow. Arnita, I have been looking for you. I'm thinking.
Hurry up, Peanut. Now do as Mama says. I don't want to be late.
Hey, Daddy.
My mom was Chickasaw.
You guys need to hurry up. Daddy's waiting for you. You may have one. You're welcome.
She taught us about our great heritage and how we had been forced here from the east on the Trail of Tears. But this was our home now, and we were determined to make the best of it.
Thank you. Opal, please be sure to watch Georgie while you're in town. Georgie, you may have one slice. One slice. Georgie, give me that back, Georgie. Yeah.
Let's go, kids. I have an important meeting at the office, and I don't intend on being late. Honey, are you sure you don't want to go?
Not today. I have all the canning to do, and I want to get it all finished, so you'll have preserves to take to the tenants.
Very well.
You look nice.
Thank you, Lucy.
Have fun.
Even without the use of his eyes, my daddy was one of the most successful businessmen in these parts. He had a way of seeing opportunities that passed others right on by.
Ready, Daddy?
Ready, Peanut.
Careful, Pearl. That's just ducky. There's already a line.
Look here. There she is. Land sakes. With all his business sense, you would think that George Carter'd be smart enough not to let a female drive his motor car. Shoot, I wouldn't let that girl at Pearl Carter get any closer than 25 feet of my tractor. Yeah, I've seen your tractor.
let's see. A dime for the show times 4 kids. So how much is that, Peanut?
You know, Daddy.
Well, I wouldn't want to give out the wrong amount, now would I? But how much?
40 cents.
Opalita, here.
Can we get some popcorn too, Daddy? And Cokes?
Can you tell me how much more you'll need for all that?
A nickel.
A nickel more for each of you. So altogether, that would come to...
It's 20 cents. It's 20 cents more. Golly, you're such a dumb Dora. I was just about to say that, and I'm not dumb.
Eula Pearl Carter.
Sorry, Daddy.
Okay. Well, everything's shake, Dad. We better shake a leg. We don't want to be late for the show.
Have fun, kids. I'll see you back at the house later this afternoon. Pearl, after the movie, pick us up a newspaper.
Okay.
Thank you, sweetie.
How you doing, Mr. Carter?
Good morning, boy. Right on time as always. Come on in.
Thanks for coming.
Well, I'm excited to be here.
I'm really glad you can make it.
I am too. I think it's going to be a good show.
I think it is too, right?
I think it's going to be a good show.
Oh, you're here.
Come on, y'all.
The news spread, Lindbergh's name was on every tongue. Crowds stood in the streets discussing rumors and reports of his flight. In France, the crowd thronged Le Bourget Airport.
I'll be back.
And 33 hours after the takeoff, Lindy landed at Le Bourget. During his short stay in France, Lindbergh was the idol of that nation as well as the United States. He was America's goodwill ambassador, strengthening a long existing friendship between the two republics. When he came home on an American battle cruiser, Lindy received the greatest reception New York has ever seen, including the first big ticker-tape snowstorm.
Hey, what are you doing? Shh, pipe down, will ya? People are trying to watch a movie.
Deprived of the honor of first across the Atlantic, Commander Byrd later flew across the North and South Poles.
Stick 'em up, you yellow-bellied sidewinder. Georgie.
I'm going to get you, Pearl. Just you wait.
Come on, you two. What about Opal? She's a little busy with the sheik right now. Wait here. I gotta get something for Daddy. But I want to. Just wait. I'll be right back. Hey, Mr. Higgs.
Have a nice day, ladies. That's $2.12, Gidry.
Shukma.
$1.42.
Malusa sabana.
$1.42.
Malusa sabana ashle.
Mr. Haig.
Look, lady, you gonna pay for this or not? There ain't no credit here for your kind. Hey, now, where you going?
Chukmashke.
Chipisa latro.
is wrong with you? What happened in there?
You're supposed to watch the movie with us, but instead you're back there with Arthur.
You know, sometimes you're such a brat. Oh, you just drive me so crazy, Pearl. You're just...
Georgie! Pearl, you've killed Georgie!
You've really done it,
Georgie,
Pearl.
Georgie. Georgie, are you okay? Georgie.
What were you thinking? What's wrong with you? You're so reckless. This car is not a toy.
Well, if you were making out with Arthur at the last minute, maybe I would have drove slower.
Why is it always about that? God, you're just so...
Hey! Isn't anyone gonna see if I'm okay?
Georgie.
Georgie, you all right? Absolutely.
You little rascal. I thought you were really hurt.
Well, calm down, Opal. He's all right. Can I go again?
Oh, Dad's gonna hear about this.
If you make a big deal about this, there's something else Dad's gonna hear about.
What are you talking about?
Ooh, Arthur! So we're all agreed?
Here comes Mom.
Well, how was the movie?
It was a good one, real exciting.
Yeah, Georgie seemed to really like it, didn't you, Georgie?
Yep, sure did. Could hardly stay in my seat. That means Mom will have to drive you out to town and pick up Brent.
That's right. It's inconvenient for her. But this is an important lesson that you need to learn now. Okay. Why don't you find something interesting in that paper?
Here's one. Spirit of St. Louis lands in Seattle. Thousands cheer hero along parade route. Hey, it says Lindy's gonna stop in Oklahoma City on the 28th. Can we go, Daddy? Can we go?
Pearl, you're grounded, remember?
Oh, yeah. How much does a plane weigh, Daddy?
Oh, I suppose a two-seater like the one Lindy flew across the Atlantic probably weighs about 1,000 pounds or more.
1,000 pounds? But how does something so big just float in the air like that?
Planes don't float, Peanut. Not like balloons. It has something to do with wind resistance. You know, like flying a kite.
I wish I could be up there with those birds.
Most people would just soon never leave the ground.
Why?
Well, they're afraid of things they don't know much about. And air travel is one of those things.
Are you afraid of anything, Daddy?
Well, yes. There is one thing. I'm afraid one of my daughters might fall asleep in church tomorrow morning.
Aw, Daddy.
Okay, Peanut, it's time for bed. Now, don't forget to set out your sheet music for your special.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time we've shared in your word today. Go with us as we leave this place. Help us to seek your will for our lives and be a reflection of your love for us. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
I didn't know it then, but something big was about to drop into my life, right out of the clear blue sky.
righty.
George Carter, this is my wife, Lucy. And you've landed in our field.
Hello, Mr. Carter. Ma'am, I hope it's okay, Mr. Carter, but your field was the only place I could land.
George, it's my brother Wiley. He's got his license to fly solo now, and suppose he just came here to show off.
It's a place to meet you. How about you being my first passenger, Mr. Carter?
Excuse me, Mr. Wiley Post. This is my daughter, Pearl.
Hey there, Shorty. What do you say, Mr. Carter? There's not a feeling in the world like soaring through the skies. You game?
Oh, Daddy, you absolutely have to.
George.
Well, Mr. Post.
Now, call me Wiley, please.
Wiley. Well, don't mind if I do.
All right. All right, then. Come on, right this way. Sit down. All right. Put that in your lap. Here we go. All right, you hold on.
I'm holding, Wiley.
Careful now. There you go.
Thanks, Wiley. Wow. You're right. That was something else.
What was it like, Daddy? Were you scared? Boy, I wish I could have gone up too. Can I go up next? Do you think I can fly the plane?
Pearl, settle down.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Carter. A little curiosity would be a good thing. Though I am a bit surprised it comes such a dainty young thing.
Don't let these clothes fool you, Mr. Post. We just came back from church. I ain't scared of flying.
Now, how do you know that? You ever been up there before?
No, but I'm not scared of anything. Just ask anybody. I can drive a car. Well, when I'm not in trouble, that is. Right, Daddy?
George, you better put a stop to this while you still can.
Now, Pearl, I'm sure Mr. Post would like to spend some time visiting with his relatives this afternoon. After all, that's...
No offense, Mr. Carter, but on a gorgeous day like today, when it comes to flying, I'd rather be up there doing it than down here talking about it.
Well?
George.
In that case...
Daddy, say yes! Say yes!
We just grounded her for being reckless, George.
Yes, dear. But think about it. How often does a plane come to Marlow and land in our backyard? If Pearl wants to fly and Mr. Post here wants to take her up, then I say, ground it or not, let's give our daughter this opportunity.
Thank you, Daddy! Thank you, thank you!
All right, keep your belt on. Oh.
Clear.
All right, here we go.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Post. It was more than the bee's knees. Oh, I absolutely have to go up again. Hey, is that where the gas goes? Will you tell me what all the other gauges mean? Oh, Mr. Post, will you take me up again, please? Daddy, he let me fly his plane. He actually let me fly his plane. Oh, Mr. Post, I want to go up again. Can we go up again, please?
Pearl, you just came down. Give yourself a minute to catch your breath.
How does it stay up there? The whole front of the plane blocks the entire view. How in the world are you able to land and take off without even seeing what's in front of you?
Okay, Pearl, okay. Now, just settle down, settle down.
But, Daddy, I was up there with the birds, and it was so wonderful.
We're supposed to be on the same team.
Don't hit the green ball, that's mine. Just hit that ball to Kingdom Come.
Supporters. Touch ball.
George, that daughter of yours right at home up there. I kid you not, I think you have an aviator in the family.
She's a bit young yet, Wiley.
Mm-hmm. Sure, she's young. She showed more composure up there than most grown men I know. She's sharp, eager to learn. I tell you what, there's not a timid bone in that body.
She certainly did take to driving pretty quick.
Mm. How long has she been driving?
About a year. I know it's outside the norm for a girl her age, but it's a great business convenience. It allows Lucy to stay home with the younger children. Pearl already knows her way around this entire state.
Well, I'm no businessman, but if that's the case, it just seems to me that having your own personal pilot makes good sense. Go away.
Come on, Pearl. They're playing in teams, and they won't let me play unless you play too. Shh! Get away. I'll go out later. What are you listening to? Nothing. Now get.
I'm told you wear a patch. How'd you lose the eye?
Oh, working on an oil rig. Drill bit flew off and into my eye. Got infected, had to be removed to save the other.
But he got a good enough settlement to buy a plane.
How about you, George?
My two brothers and I were harvesting broom corn, and the chaff flew into our eyes. Mom called the doctor, and Charlie hid while the doc gave Art and me some drops that made our eyes bleed. Charlie's sight came back. Mine and Art's didn't.
You'd never know it the way you get around.
I learned a long time ago, it's not the problems that count. It's just the way that you handle them. Most people just give up too easy.
You're here?
Here. So Joe tells me that you've got some idea about a pressurized suit. What's that about?
Oh, yeah, it's just basic science, really. Higher up you go, the less pressure there is on a pilot. The body can only withstand so much of this. The suit's supposed to balance the effects of the lack of pressure, making it possible for the pilot to fly higher, longer. I designed it right, she should be good all the way to the moon and back.
Sorry to interrupt, boys, but Joe, we need to get our kids home for their baths.
Is it already that time?
Afraid so, dear.
Are you really going to the moon, Mr. Post?
Well, I think we'll put a man there someday, Shorty, I sure do. But it probably won't be me. Or even in my lifetime, but it might be in yours.
Hey, are you gonna come back to Marlowe soon?
Sure will. We get the okay from your dad, I'll take you up for another ride in a plane. How about that?
That'd be swell. Would you teach me to fly it too?
Slow down now there, Peanut. Let's give the man a break. We'll save that conversation for another time.
Do y'all ever think about what you want to do when you grow up? I'm gonna travel and not get married till I'm at least 25. But you'll end up a spinster.
I'm gonna learn how to fly. Wiley's gonna come back and he's gonna teach me.
Do you really think he'll come back?
Sure he will. He promised. And besides, his brother lives around here.
Pearl, your parents aren't gonna let you take flying lessons. Besides, you don't even own a plane, so what good would it do to know how to fly one?
You would have gone up yesterday, you'd understand. Once you're up there, you can see how big the sky really is. It's wide open and so peaceful. Everything below you just gets smaller and smaller. It's the most incredible feeling. No problems, no boundaries. Just the wind and that big sky that goes on forever. It gives you this amazing feeling of being free.
We're almost at our last stop, Daddy.
Okay, Peanut. This shouldn't take long. John Ishmatubby, right?
Yeah.
Is everything all right? Pearl, what's going on? Pearl. Pearl?
Yeah, sorry, Daddy. I was daydreaming, I guess.
Get your head out of the clouds. Keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. At least when I'm riding. Okay, let's go, Peter. Do you hear that? Sounds like an old friend.
It's him! I know it is! It is him! He's back! I can see the plane! Woohoo!
Suppose you should go out there and say hello?
Well, yeah. Well, that is if it's okay if I can go up, right, Daddy?
He may have other plans today, Peanut, but if he offers to take you, you have permission to go.
Thanks, Daddy. Wiley, you're back. You came back.
Well, I said I would, didn't I? Now, come on, what you waiting for, Shorty? Hop in.
Wiley told me that I was just a natural-born flyer. For the next 6 months, every time he came back to town, he'd take me up and teach me a little more.
All right, you have your oil gauges down here. You got your temperature and you got your pressure. You keep an eye on them to make certain you're not running too hot and you don't have a leak. It has a shape to it. It's not flat. It's called an airfoil. Drop it down.
George, Pearl's a born flyer. Now, she might be young, but she got the nerve it takes to fly.
What do you think, Pearl? Are you really serious about this?
Yes, sir, I am.
You think you can do it?
I know I can.
Okay, then. If you can find her an airplane and a good teacher, I'll build her a landing strip and hangar.
Good to go, Mr. Carter. Here's the key to the hangar.
Thank you, Tom.
There's just one more thing me and the boys would like to do, just a formality of sorts. Pearl, we have something for you. Go ahead, open it.
What is it?
Well, no airport would be complete without a windsock. We thought it fitting that you should do the honors.
Okay, Peanut. Here you go. It's all yours now.
Thank you, Daddy.
You're welcome, Peanut.
Anticipation. We bought more food in anticipation of extra guests. Anticipation. Everyone get in your seats this instant. I won't have this. Pearl Carter, you get back here.
The months just seemed to drag by. But finally, the moment I had been waiting for arrived. My new plane was here. And it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
What do you think, Pearl?
Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it!
George, Lucy, Pearl, this here's Slim Marshall. He's the best teacher this side of the Mississippi.
Glad to know you, Slim. Mr. Carter.
We'll leave you to talk. Hey, Pearl, what say you and me take a better look at this new plane of yours?
Gee, Moni, Mr. Carter. Well, you said daughter. I just took it for granted she was grown. Just how old is she, anyway?
She's 12. Wiley says she can fly a plane as well as any man.
Well, sure, but can she even...
She can do anything she sets her mind on, Mr. Marshall. Now, I'm told you're the best flight instructor in this state. And that's what I want for Pearl. just how much you know about this new plane.
Oh, Curtis Robin. Well, she's built for endurance. She's 26 feet long, 41-foot wingspan, weights 1,480 pounds empty. Now, she carry up to 3,700 pounds. Maximum flying speed is 99 miles an hour. She cruises about 84, but she lands at 44. A 50-gallon tank will take her nearly 600 miles. Dual controls, and she is powered by old reliable, the OX-5.
So when you want to get started?
Well, how about now? I'd kind of like to take her up and see what she's made of.
The plane or the Pearl?
Well, I already know about the plane. All right, Shorty, come on.
Over the next year, we logged hundreds of hours in the air.
You have to respect the fact that flying is dangerous. When you're up here, you're putting not just your own life in your hands, but the lives of your passengers.
Son was a great teacher.
No.
Though sometimes...
No.
He got a little more than he bargained for. I guess you could say we had our share of ups and downs.
I signed up for this? What determination was I thinking?
Now, you can never be 100% certain that it won't fail you. That's why you have got to know your plane inside and out. All right, Shorty, take it away. You just might make yourself a pilot after all.
So, how do I look?
Oh, Opal, you look just lovely.
Oh, there's Arthur.
Where are you two going tonight?
We're picking up Lucy and Dawn, and the four of us are going to the barn dance.
Where is this barn dance?
Just west of town, I think.
You look swell, Opal.
No.
Evening, Mr. Carter. Miss Carter?
What?
Hello, Arthur. Opalita was just telling me about your plans for tonight. I'm afraid she cannot accompany you.
Sir?
A barn dance is no place for a daughter of mine.
But, Daddy, it's just music and dancing. Besides, there's nothing else to do in this town.
Barn dances are more than just music and dancing. There's too much drinking. It always leads to trouble. My mind is made up. Opal, you're not leaving this house tonight.
So you're telling me that that girl can fly a plane across the state, but I can't even go to a local dance?
Now, wait a minute.
But, sir, what about our plans to, meet up with friends?
Well, why don't you call them and tell them you're going to have your date here? It's a lovely evening. You can sit out on the porch, listen to the radio. I'll make some brownies.
You know, if you could see, you'd realize that you have more than just one daughter living in this house.
Opalita, mentee. Opalita.
Opal!
Just when you think you're flying high, the bottom can fall out. But then you catch an updraft, and before you know it, you're on your way.
Hey, Slim.
Morning, Shorty.
Ready to go up?
You know, Shorty, You know all I know about this plane. You're more than ready to handle her. Solo.
Carolyn, give me the Carter house. Hurry! Mrs. Carter, it's Pearl. She's flying. No, she's flying by herself. All by herself. Yeah.
She did it! She did it! She did it!
What do you think of that?
Pearl, she did it! Oh my gosh! She's coming! Look! Did it, Pearl? You landed by yourself.
Excellent job, Shorty. That was real smooth from takeoff to landing.
Congratulations, Pearl.
Thanks, everyone.
Slim says it was a magnificent first solo flight. I'm really proud of you, Peanut.
Maybe now people stop saying I'm too young to fly, huh, Daddy?
I suppose we might have to think about getting a license now.
George.
Really, Daddy?
Oh, now slow down now, Mr. Carter. She won't be old enough to apply for a permit for another 3 years.
Well, we'll just have to see about that.
Kids, I don't want you to be late for school. You better get on home now.
Sorry. One for Daddy, for Daddy, for Daddy, for Daddy. Pearl? Pearl got a letter? Yes! It's my license! It's my student pilot permit license! I got it, Daddy!
Let me see that, Pearl. This says she's 16, George. And her height's wrong, too. What did you do?
It's just a formality, Lucy.
Yopa ish saya ayupacha chik tok chik mopa. It says here that she's not allowed to fly with anyone except a flight instructor and only within the vicinity of a landing field. George. Nantamakoish anukvili tuk?
Come on, Lucy. The paperwork is just going to get filed away in a drawer somewhere. Nobody ever actually checks it.
What kind of example does that set for our children, George? And Pearl is still very young.
She has already proven that she can safely fly anyone, anywhere. She's been doing it for months now. Yes, she is young. She is the youngest flyer in the United States. And if we had waited for her to be old enough to apply for that permit, she could have never earned or enjoyed that distinction.
So we lie for the distinction. Thank you, Opal.
guys hear that? Pearl Carter is going to put Marlowe on the map. If God had intended for a man to fly, he would have. There she goes! Lord, that girl's got spark. You know, I always said she was really going to be special someday.
Oh, you never said no such a thing.
No, it ain't right. I tell you, it ain't right.
For crying out loud, just cut down on your high horse and enjoy the show.
Can't even fly a kite.
What was that?
Daddy, can I have some cotton candy?
No, you just had a big breakfast an hour ago.
Come on, Georgie. Let's go to the pilot's area and wait for Pearl.
George, I'm worried about Opal. She didn't eat any breakfast this morning and seemed a little out of sorts.
She'll be fine. She's just being a teenager. They're always afflicted by one thing or another.
I don't know.
You worry too much, Lucy. She'll be fine.
Come on. So you nervous?
Not about marrying you.
Come on.
Lucy? Is everything all right?
George, why don't you sit next to me for a moment? Mother and Father, I am very sorry to have to run away like this, but Arthur and I are very much in love. Please understand. Much love, Opalita.
You still got me, Daddy. When Opal left, I think it hit Daddy the hardest. There was a hole there that was going to take time to fill. I was determined more than ever to make him proud. The next few years went by in the blink of an eye. Bigger air shows, better stunts, and more celebrity. I was making quite a name for myself and enjoying every minute of it.
The effects of the stock market crash are still being felt throughout the country, with stocks remaining at all-time lows. As banks and businesses continue to fail, millions of Americans are reduced to pounding the pavement in search of food, shelter, and an honest day's work. In the Midwest, a crippling drought has added further misery to the already bleak picture, drying up farms and towns and turning entire states into dust bowls. Farmers are left with little choice except to pack up and leave in search of greener pastures.
What I've been reading, you're getting pretty busy. How would you keep up with your shifts?
Well, I only have air shows a few weekends a year, and I only fly businessmen out on Mondays. That's how most folks around here know me.
Yeah.
Well, people are gonna come here to be waited by the teenage aviator. You know that. And I will make you a good waitress, I promise.
All right. You'll be here first thing in the morning, 6 a.m. sharp.
We conducted business in Ada, McAllister, Muskogee, Tulsa, and Oklahoma City all today. And we made it home in time for supper.
And you know, if we had driven, it would have taken us each a week to accomplish all we did in this one day.
And I don't know if this is a record or not, but it's something that doesn't happen in these parts.
I've been telling these men all along that air travel can be a big advantage to their businesses. And now they understand.
Right.
My 14-year-old daughter, Pearl, is their pilot.
14-year-old daughter?
14.
Stan, get a shot of this.
Sure hope this drums up some business, boys.
Yeah, you bet.
We're gonna need it.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Order up! Order up!
Look her all right. But honey, if you want to keep this job, you've got to keep Harold happy. Cut her some slack, Harold. I'm still breaking her in.
Have a nice one, Mr. Hawkins.
Hey, you didn't leave a ticket, but...
The Farm Boys breakfast with chocolate milk and coffee?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that your horse out there?
Yep, sure is. You ride?
Nah, but my little brother's always been wanting a horse. Can't stop talking about him.
Was he any good with animals?
Is he? Georgie's better with animals than he is with people.
Well, how's about if I can buy sometime? Teach him a ride.
That'd be great. Georgie would love it. Yeah.
Okay, well, how about Friday?
Friday's good. Do you know where we live?
I think so. The house with the airstrip and the hangar in the backyard?
That'd be the one.
Okay. See you Friday.
I actually miss not having Opal around.
I talked to her the other day.
You did?
Mm-hmm. Opal and Arthur are gonna plant broomcorn cotton next year. And they have an anniversary coming up, and Opal said they're gonna drive to Duncan, have a real nice dinner. Once you get married, your life changes. And it's not your own anymore. You have a family, and you have a husband to take care of. And you know, those dreams just kind of fade away, and they make room for new dreams that bring you an even greater joy.
What did you want to do when you were our age, Mama?
Oh, I played the piano a little. I wasn't near as good as you girls, though. Now, when I was your age, this was all still Indian territory. Besides marriage, there wasn't a lot of options for girls like me. Besides, I fell in love with your father.
Howdy, ma'am. Pearl.
Mama, this is Louis Scott. He's a regular down at the cafe.
Most folks call me Scotty.
You must be Sally's boy.
Yes, ma'am.
It's awful nice to meet you, Scotty.
Nice to meet you.
I told him how much Georgie's been wanting a horse, so he offered to give him a lesson on how to ride one.
Well, that is, if it's all right with you and Mr. Carter. I mean, my horse is real gentle, ma'am.
Well, that's fine by me. Maybe he'll stop talking about it so much. Pearl, why don't you run on in and get your brother? It sure is kind of you to come out and spend time with our Georgie. You know, there's some things that his father just can't teach him.
It's no problem.
Scotty, this is my little brother, Georgie. Georgie, this is Scotty.
How you doing, partner?
He's gonna teach you how to ride a horse.
Oh, hey, that's great.
Yeah, so I hear you have a way with animals.
Yeah, I look after my bulldog, Sarge. And I used to have a pet raccoon named Jigs that went everywhere on my shoulder.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I want to get a horse, but I'm not sure Daddy will let me have one yet.
Georgie figures that if he learns how to ride one, then Daddy will be more apt to buy one.
What's his name?
Mabel.
Mabel. That's a girl's name.
Yeah, that's right, Georgie. That's because he is a she. I guess that takes care of lesson one, huh?
Can I ride her now?
Oh, cowboy, hold on. First things first. What I want you to do is go ahead and grab the reins, and let's walk her down to the pasture, okay? Let's give her a go. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we'll put you up here.
Okay.
First hand on the saddle horn. Good, good. Now, with the other hand, grab the reins. Right there. Come on. Whoa.
I was thinking, since you're doing this for Georgie as a favor for me, maybe I should do something for you.
What might that be?
Well, how'd you like for me to take you up into my plane sometime? There's nothing in the world like it.
Definitely sounds exciting.
Oh, it is. You'd love it.
Give me some time to think about that one. I'm not sure I'm ready to put my life in your hands just yet.
I'd better go see what she wants. Thanks for, doing this.
Yeah, well, Georgie seems like a nice kid. And, well, it's not every day I get to talk to the famous Pearl Carter.
Month by month, Scotty and I grew closer and closer. After more than a year, I had to face it. We were in love.
See you guys later. I'm heading off to the ice cream parlor.
What? Pearl, I was expecting you to drive me to the Parkers tonight.
Daddy, can Mom take you this time?
I don't want her leaving the kids here alone. It's already close to Georgie's bedtime, and Arnita's got the sniffles.
Well, can we go soon? I'm kind of in a hurry.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. At the last minute, Dad asked me to.
It's all right. Well, Pearl, you really look beautiful.
Thank you. You look swell, too.
I don't know about that. I thought I'd be a little bit more prepared, but guess I was wrong. You still wearing the ribbon?
I never took it off.
Pearl, I've got a question. Will you marry me?
Scotty. But my dad. Otis, what if I can find somebody to fly us both? Would I be able to jump with you?
Sure thing, Pearl, but...
Be right back. Hey, y'all.
You the Pearl Carter. What on earth are you doing?
I'm just gonna jump.
Oh? And just how many lessons have you had in parachuting?
Well, no formal ones, but I've seen the guys do it 100 times. And Otis said
I don't care what Otis says. Without proper instruction on how to land, you could break both of your legs.
No, Pearl. No, this has gone too far. You go change.
But
Absolutely not. End of discussion. Sometimes.
What has gone into her?
Sometimes.
All right, everyone, class dismissed. I'll see you tomorrow.
Kids, it's time for bed. I'll be up shortly to check on you. Be sure to brush your teeth, and Arnita, will you please help Georgie if he needs any help? George, I'm pretty sure that Pearl's with Scotty. I talked to Sally, and he's not home either. My guess is that they've eloped.
What? What do you mean, eloped? Pearl is just a girl. She wouldn't do that.
Pearl's a young woman. She's almost the same age as Opal when she eloped. Besides, her best dress and her overnight bag are missing.
No, Lucy. Not again. Not my Pearl.
Just look at those kids.
What do you mean, kids? I recall we were about that age when we tied the knot.
Good Lord in heaven. Has it been that long?
I'm gonna get us some drinks.
Oh, Pearl, that looked like so much fun. Oh, Evelyn, it was. Just wait till it's your turn.
That may come sooner than you think.
Huh?
Billy proposed last night.
So happy for you.
Thank you.
Either of you kids want another glass of tea?
No thanks, Mommy.
All righty then. Well, don't stay out here too long. It's starting to get chilly.
Your parents have been great, Scotty. I don't know what we would have done if they didn't let us stay here.
Yeah, well, that's Mom and Dad for you. And they're genuinely happy for us, too, but still, Pearl, I want us to get our own place as soon as possible. I know money's gonna be tight until we can save up enough to buy land and build a house, but
I'm gonna ask Harold for some more hours at the cafe, and there's money I can bring in from the air shows.
how can you be so sure your dad's still gonna let you fly that plane, Pearl? I mean, you two haven't even spoke since the ceremony. Now that you're talking about dropping out of school?
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hi, Mama.
How you been?
Fine. Scotty and I got married.
Yes, I heard.
It was in the Methodist church in Lawton. How's Dad?
He's worried these days, Pearl. He's worried about a lot of things. Crash has affected business, and long dry spells made it hard for our tenants to make rent. There's a man in Loco who's offered to buy the roadster, so your father may have to sell it.
Mama, I'm sorry things turned out like this. But I knew Dad wouldn't understand about me marrying Scotty. We really do love each other.
Your father loves you too, Pearl. We both do. We always will.
No, Mom, I love you so much.
I love you too.
Do you think Dad will ever forgive me?
Just give him some time, honey. Just give him a little time.
Many of you tithe and give offerings to God through His church, and that's good. That's biblical. Shows your willingness to love and obey God. The most important gift we have to give God is ourselves. It's a constant struggle to rid ourselves of our ambitions, our desires, our dreams, and our plans. But until we do, we don't allow Christ to enter us and fill us with His spirit of love and forgiveness. Old wounds can't heal, relationships can't be restored, lives can't be transformed. It's when we die to self that we truly glorify Christ. Won't you do that today? Join me in prayer. Father, be with us now and throughout this week. Help us to live our lives so that they will bring glory and honor to you. We ask all these things in the name of your precious Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
George, stay here for a moment. I need to speak to Mrs. Wallace before she leaves.
Dad, I have something for you. Mom said you might have a buyer for the roadster, so you'll be needing this.
But, Pearl.
It's okay, really. We have Scotty's truck. Oh, and here. Wanted you to have this too. It's the key to the hangar.
No, we weren't planning to sell the plane.
I know, but with things the way they are, I just didn't feel right about.
Nonsense. I bought that plane for you. It's yours as long as you want to fly it. Besides, times are getting tough. You might want to use that plane to bring in some extra money.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Under two conditions.
Yeah?
One, don't go parachuting out any planes. Two, how about you and Scotty come over for dinner this afternoon? I think with your help, I may be able to convince your mom to fry up some chicken.
I love you.
Oh, I love you too, Peter. Oh, I love you too. I have an announcement to make. Scotty, Pearl, your mother and I were disappointed that you two did not include us in your decision to marry. However, what's done is done. We didn't certainly expect this to happen so soon for our Pearl, but we want you to know that we love you both and sincerely wish nothing but the best. The dust hasn't been quite as bad for us as out west, but as you know, it has been unusually dry and the market prices have dropped. So I suspect that it will take the land of two places to keep you going.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Miss Carter.
With two farms, there'll be twice as much work, but there's a house on one that should suit you.
Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you.
Mom.
Sir, this is very generous. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, Scott, it's okay. Go on, go. Now, Lucy, I know you made a cobbler yesterday. Let's all have some of that.
I got it.
Lita, baby.
Mama said we might find y'all here together. Congratulations, you two little sneaks.
Just following in my big sister's footsteps.
Okay, family. Let's eat.
Our family felt whole again, like we'd weathered a pretty tough storm and come through it all right. But I was starting to learn that when you have a family of your own, things change.
Pearl, that wasn't necessary.
What are you talking about?
That spinning nosedive was too dangerous, and you know it.
I'm fine. Besides, the crowd loved it. You know those more risky stunts bring in more people, and that means more money for us.
You don't have to go to such extremes to get a reaction from the crowd, Pearl.
Maybe I don't, Scotty, but I love doing it. It thrills me to do something that most pilots around here won't do.
There's a reason that they don't, Pearl. Maybe these guys... Maybe they want to go home to their families.
What's that supposed to mean?
Pearl! Pearl Carter! Look this way, please.
Scotty!
This way, Miss Carter.
Hey, fella, her name is Mrs. Scott, all right?
Give us a big smile, please.
Times just kept getting harder and harder. The Dust Bowl and the Depression were sucking the life out of the country around us. But somehow, you find a way. And there were a few bright spots to keep us going.
So what do you think, Georgie? Think it's gonna be a boy or a girl?
I think it's gonna be a girl.
You think it's gonna be a girl?
And year after year, the drought dragged on. Finding food and water for the cattle was a never-ending job.
We don't have to do this every day.
Yeah.
Famous aviator Wiley Post has done it again. He and his Winnie Mae have set a second speed record circumnavigating the globe in 187 hours. 21 hours less than the record he set just 2 years ago.
Well, the gauges on the left-hand side are a little bit harder to see, you know?
Mr. Post.
Yes, sir.
Got a silly question for you.
Well, silly questions are probably the only ones I'm fit to answer, so you go right on ahead.
How do you keep from getting bored sitting all those hours over these great distances?
Well, flying's never boring, no matter how long the trip is. But still, having a radio compass and an autopilot did make it a little bit easier to stay loose the second time around. How about that? All right, we wrapped up here? Is that everything? All right, let's wrap this little show up. Thank you all very much. Thank you. George, this little dog and pony show should be over here in a minute. Now, why don't you let me take Pearl back to the other airport and we can pick up her plane. That way you two can get a jump on your drive back to Marlow.
That's a good idea.
Well, Wiley, if you're sure, that would work out great for us. We'd be home before it gets too late.
All right, let's skedaddle.
Let's go, George.
Hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. You know, the Winnie Mae, that old girl made me famous. Besides my mechanic, I'm the only fellow in the world who's ever flown her. Up till now.
What do you mean?
Now I have flown with you, and I've watched you fly for years now, Pearl. I cannot tell you how proud you've made me. I would be honored if you would fly the Winnie Mae for me, Pearl.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you are gonna be controlling it from the back, right?
Nope. Nope. Today, she's all you.
You know, when you took me to meet Will Rogers, that was the greatest day of my life. But now this is Wiley. Really.
Hey, Wiley. Are you really gonna let Pearl here fly the Winnie Mae?
You betcha.
Let's get a photo.
You know, honey, with money as tight as it is, I was thinking about going back to barnstorming. There's a crew from Tulsa passing through town. I've worked with some of those pilots before, and they said I can join them whenever... Ow! Scotty, that's too tight.
Look, Pearl, when we got married, I told you that if you wanted to fly, then fly. But I would appreciate it if you wouldn't make it sound as though that you're forced to do it because I can't provide for our family.
That's not what I meant at all.
Sure sounded that way to me.
Honey, I'm sorry. Chauffeuring businessmen from town to town, it's a poor substitute for the thrill of an air show. But you knew I'd feel that way well before I realized it, and I guess I just didn't want to admit it.
No spinning nosedives or flat hats or death drops?
None of the above, I promise.
Do you want me to go?
No, I know it's hard for you to watch. But we can meet up at Mom and Dad's afterward.
Okay. Good.
There goes Pearl.
I know. I'd recognize the sound of that engine anywhere. That's my Pearl.
Hi, Scotty. Hi, Louise. Come see Big Mama. Certainly didn't expect to see you here.
We thought you'd given up on these air circuses.
Yes, sir, I have.
Well, what made you change your mind?
She's my wife.
easy.
She's okay.
What's wrong, Pearl?
I don't need this anymore, Dad. I'm done with flying.
What? Pearl, you love flying. It's what you do. Look, if you're doing this because of me, then please don't, honey.
I'm not, honey. I'm not. And flying, it's just a part of who I am now. I realized today there's other things that are more important to me. Important to us.
So your mind is made up then?
Yes. Dad, it is.
I am so very proud of you. For 18 years, I've seen the world through your eyes. And you've made it a richer, more exciting place for me. I thank you for that. You will always be my peanut. Let's go home, dear.
Mother was right. Sometimes the dreams of your childhood have to make way for new ones. And those dreams can bring you an even greater joy. I knew my love for my family was the most important thing in my life. I couldn't risk leaving them. Once you've known the freedom of flight, it never leaves you, even with your feet on the ground. And a part of me will always remain in that big Oklahoma sky.
Well, my daddy would never, ever let me say I can't. If he ever heard me say that, I got a spanking. Because he said, you can if you want to. And I would look at him, and I'd look at Wiley, and they went ahead and did what they wanted to do. And my daddy, when he died when he was 50 years old. And he owned 365 places. And if he could do that without his eyes, and Wally could do what he did with one eye, if a person wants to do anything, they can do it.
Just one word can change your life. Just one note can write a song. Just one leap and your heart takes flight. Just one dream to call your own. Miles and miles of clear Oklahoma sky. Feels like looking inside myself for the very first time. Most think I'm crazy, but they don't see this big blue sky is up here waiting for me. Call it a dream, but I will never give up. So instead of doubt, now wish me love. Just one word can change your life. Just one note can write a song. Just one leap and your heart takes flight. Just one dream to call your own. Straight in front of me. How will I know where I need to be? Life can be crazy, it can spin you around, leave you hanging, slam you straight to the ground. I'll keep my head up, then maybe I'll see what life is dreaming up for me. Just one word can change your life. Just one note and write a song. Just one leap and your heart takes flight. Just one dream, call your own.
You're watching LA36, television dedicated to lifelong learning.
I was invited to give the first program at the White House under his administration. I was invited to spend the night, and I was given the Lincoln Room. It was the hugest room and the hugest bed I ever saw in my whole life.
She defied all the stereotypes as Native American as well as a woman, at a time when either of those things presented difficulties and challenges.
She said, I felt like I had an extended family all across America. And as I talked to them and got to know them, how important it was for them that people see Native Americans in a positive light.
She's a person who's going to go to those communities themselves and hear their oral stories and be part of and be with. She's well ahead of the game. She may be one of our very first ethno-historians.
Our people are our stories, our past is our knowledge, and our culture is our future. Relive our first encounters, experience the stories of removal from our homelands, feel the spirit of our people, and the determination to continue thriving as the great unconquered and unconquerable Chickasaw Nation. Join us in experiencing our stories, the Chickasaw Heritage Series.
Welcome to the second documentary installment of the Chickasaw Heritage Series. This series explores the lives and stories of the Chickasaw people, a people with a commitment to community, a commitment to justice, and a commitment to their culture. Chickasaw people possess an indomitable spirit. Chickasaw people persevere. They are the foundation of our tribe. Each person faces challenges throughout their life, but a spirit of perseverance is a distinguishing characteristic of Chickasaws. This film celebrates the life of a Chickasaw woman who epitomizes that indomitable spirit of perseverance, Tayada Thompson Fisher. Born in 1895 in Indian Territory, Tayada's formative years were spent in the heart of Native American culture at a time when that culture was being suppressed by federal policy. Through the trials and tribulations of this time, Tayada would, as her name conveys, rise and shine like the sun on the dawn of a new day. As she performed across the country, her native peoples recognized her special talent and transmitted their stories to her so that she could serve as an ambassador with a multitude of indigenous peoples of America. By performing the mosaic of traditional Native art to non-Native audiences, Tayada broke the stereotypes long perpetuated by popular media. Her grace forever challenged the public's impressions of the indigenous culture as male-dominated and militant. And the rich spirituality and natural philosophy inherent in her performances opened up many minds formerly closed by ignorance and prejudice. Through her life's work, Tayada simultaneously revealed and revitalized the great depth and diversity of Native American culture. It is fitting that this documentary is dedicated to Tayada, as the Chickasaw Heritage Series can be seen as a continuation of her life's work to preserve and share the stories of our people. Through this film presentation of Tayada Thompson Fisher's life, we hope that you come to treasure her memory as we do and celebrate her accomplishments with us.
The loons call,
has a heart-twisting quality that can pierce through the armor of solitude to the heart of loneliness. Perhaps it set up an unrecognized longing in my heart. If so, that too, somewhat to my surprise, was to be satisfied.
Bold women are scattered throughout this country's history. Often these women are so remarkable that they change the ideals of those with whom they come in contact. Teyana Fisher was that type of catalyst. She was not only a talented storyteller, but she also challenged norms as a woman and as a Native American.
She's a person who's going to go to those communities themselves and hear their oral stories and be part of and be with. So in that sense, she's well ahead of the game. She may be one of our very first ethno-historians.
Let it be beautiful when I sing the last song. Let it be day. I would stand upon my 2 feet singing. I would look upward with open eyes singing.
Growing up in an area known as 12 Mile Prairie, east of the tiny town of Emmett, Indian Territory, young Mary Thompson could only dream of how far her talents would take her.
I cannot say too much about the pleasure it has always been for me and for my friends to see and hear the Princess Teyana. She has a most delightful voice and interprets her people in a most charming manner. Eleanor Roosevelt.
I was invited to give the first program at the White House under his administration. It was a great experience there because I spent the night. I was invited to spend the night, and I was given the Lincoln room, and I slept in the Lincoln bed. She asked me which room I would prefer, of 2 or 3, and I said, oh, the Lincoln room. And so that was a really wonderful experience for me. It was the hugest room and the hugest bed I ever saw in my whole life.
Mary Frances Thompson was born and raised in the Chickasaw Nation, where her family had settled after removal from the original Chickasaw homelands of Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, and Kentucky. Her father, T.B. Thompson, was the last treasurer of the Chickasaw Nation, and her uncle, Douglas H. Johnston, served as governor of the tribe. Thompson's birth coincided with the dismantling of tribal government and the allotment of lands to tribal citizens.
It was a time where you could see the handwriting on the wall about the end of the nation as it was, and they were going to have to get along in a white world. He was thinking about their future.
The allotment period was a very difficult time for Chickasaw people and for the communities that they lived in. And it had a great impact on Teyana. It was, I believe, the basis for what I think her political views were regarding Native Americans and the issues that they were having to face throughout the 20th century.
During this time, the federal government desired to dilute the cultural traditions and tribal governments of Native American tribes.
The federal government by late 19th century is really going to promote what it's calling the final assimilation. They're absolutely convinced now that the only hope for all Native peoples, for Native Americans, is, in their words, to Christianize, civilize, and educate. And in essence, it means Americanize.
They sought to transition Native Americans into agrarian ways of life, believing that this was the way for them to succeed. Policies included government-run boarding schools. One of these institutions, Bloomfield Seminary, was where Thompson received her early education. However, Teyata was fortunate to attend a boarding school where her tribe was actively involved in the curriculum. Nonetheless, it was standard in boarding schools to forbid students from speaking their native languages. Many believe that this aided in the demise of the languages.
Bloomfield Academy for girls was actually very important to most Chickasaw families. To have a daughter go to Bloomfield Academy was something very special because it gave this child the opportunity to learn all of the things that would create a very refined young lady when they grew up and graduated. It was one of the finest educations in the region.
The schools also began to provide tools for the students to actually challenge those policies of assimilation and allotment, for that matter. Because what was lost on federal officials at the time was the fact that they were also providing opportunities for these children to develop their oratorical skills, to learn more about American culture and society in the way that they could begin to turn all of that work against the federal government and against their efforts to assimilate and detribalize Native people.
As a young girl, Thompson listened as her father told family stories and as her mother shared her extensive knowledge of birds and plant life. Her father's stories provided an avenue for her to discover a great love for storytelling. In turn, she went on to pursue acting at Oklahoma College for Women in Chickasha, Oklahoma. She funded her education by using her allotment as collateral for a loan. She was one of 76 girls attending the college, which was comprised of only 2 buildings at the time. It was there that she acquired both a mentor, Frances Dinsmore Davis, and a stage name, Teyata, which means bearer of the morning. Davis encouraged Teyata to incorporate storytelling into her acting performances.
Dr. Davis said, you need to concentrate on the Indian culture that you know and love. She really saw it as much as a responsibility as a job to tell the truth and let people know, because just as we know from most of the history books, the true picture of Native Americans is very seldom found in older publications. And it's not that they intended to mislead people, but any author, I don't care who they are, if they write something, everything they write is filtered through their own value system, and what they see and observe is going to be different from what a native would observe.
I think Teyata had the great advantage of growing up in Oklahoma. And if we look at Oklahoma today, arguably, except for the state of California, there isn't a larger Native population anywhere. And the difference between California and Oklahoma is here in Oklahoma, because of the removal policies and the policies that brought diverse tribes here to the state, all of a sudden, there's lots of cultural communities, many of them are different, and that's where she's growing up. It is ground zero, and it's a place where the energy is there, the focus is there, and the culture is certainly there.
Teyata later joined the Chautauqua Circuit, a traveling performance group. She spent several summers traveling with fellow entertainers to provide arts education to rural areas of the country.
When Teyata joined the Chautauqua and went out into the communities, it was probably the first time that some of these people had even seen an Indian person. And so she was quite popular on that circuit. And she loved it. She loved traveling and meeting new people and having the opportunity to tell her stories in this venue.
One of my numbers was the hunting dance. In it, I was an Indian hunter tracking game in the forest with bow and arrow. Locating one, I followed it very carefully. I followed that trail to the river. There I crossed the river, paddling a canoe, picked up the trail again, sighted the deer, took aim and shot it, aiming my arrow off stage.
When she would finish, there would be little groups of Indians that would come up and sometimes be backstage or would come and want her to come home to dinner with them and sort of look after her. She said, I felt like I had an extended family all across America. And as I talked to them and got to know them, how important it was for them that people see Native Americans in a positive light, that they understand the contributions that Native Americans had made to our country, how long they had been here, you know, their diversity, their complexity.
Entertainment such as movies and Wild West shows had painted sensationalized caricatures of Native Americans and their culture, and Teyata was determined to change these false perceptions.
And so that's what people wanted to see when they came to the Wild West shows. Teyata, on the other hand, she did her research into what these people actually dressed as, how they spoke, their stories, the way they behaved, portrayed themselves, et cetera, et cetera. That, to me, is extremely important.
The show Indian, I think, probably became, for lack of a better word, the accepted native that most of those individuals in the early 20th century wanted to see. They had to wear buckskins, they had to wear beads. Americans began to romanticize about the Plains tribes, and they began to enjoy the bonnets of which they wore. I once did an experiment in a classroom. I asked young people to draw a native for me. And they drew these kind of crude stick figures, but every one of them put headdresses on them. And this is in the 21st century, and every one of them drew a male.
In 1919, Teyata began as a student at the theater school at Carnegie Tech in Pittsburgh. Although she attended for a short time, it was there that she gained a sense of confidence and learned the ins and outs of theater production. During the early 1920s, Teyata was teaching at Oklahoma College for Women, but soon set her sights on New York City.
As she explains in her memoir, her unpublished memoir, that it was quite a culture shock for her to hit the streets of New York City for the very first time. And just the people and the, hustle and bustle of traffic and all of that, it was really quite overwhelming for her. A young woman from a very small town in Oklahoma to suddenly be there in one of the biggest cities in the world.
When I think about how far the distance is from Emmett, Oklahoma, to New York City, for an unaccompanied young Indian girl, her family wasn't with her, and to move on to the stage and become, a noted performer and a social figure, I don't think I could cover that distance, that social distance, that geographic distance, that cultural distance.
While in the city, Teyata lived among the other up-and-coming artists at the Three Arts Club. The Three Arts Club was sponsored by aristocratic women, one of whom was Eleanor Roosevelt. Teyata and the future First Lady would form a bond that would span many years.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed effort to convert retreat into advance.
Dear Princess Teyata, thank you so much for your kind note of congratulations and good wishes, which both my husband and I deeply appreciate. I hope sometime that it will be possible for you to come to the White House after we are settled there. With all good wishes, I am very sincerely yours, Eleanor Roosevelt.
It appears Eleanor was very taken with Teyata and just really took a liking to the idea that Native culture is somehow being preserved through this young woman, that she is in the face of really federal Indian policy trying to discourage the practice of Native American culture and traditions, that she would be out there doing this regardless. Mrs. Roosevelt was very much impressed with that and with her demeanor and her ability to command a room.
Teyana quickly became known for sharing her culture and appeared on Broadway in Trojan Women and in the 1922 New York production of The Red Poppy, starring Bela Lugosi. In 1924, she appeared on the cover of McCall's magazine. Her likeness was drawn by celebrity illustrator and poster artist Nasa McMain. While she undoubtedly appreciated the exposure, she was reluctant to wear the war bonnet and makeup provided for her for fear that she would be playing into the false representations of Native Americans that were so popular of the day.
She came home, and they had asked her down in Durant to put on a program there at Durant. And she was so afraid that seeing her in a war bonnet would disturb all the elders, and the elders would be very upset with her. As they drove into town, every store window had a copy of that magazine in the front window, and that told her, we accept it the way it is, and we understand.
Teyana continued her mission to interpret the multifaceted nature of Native Americans to audiences of all races, and making a living doing so despite the federal government's efforts to dissolve Indian culture.
I have wanted, if possible, to bring about a deeper understanding of the spiritual and aesthetic values to be found in our culture. I have tried to mold our folklore into an art form through the use of speech, song, dance movements, and genuine and beautiful costumes. I have tried to show something of our philosophy of life, of our closeness to our mother, the earth, to show our desire for harmony with nature. Our heritage is rich, and everything in nature has a story of its own.
The oral tradition means a lot to our people. It's not just something written down in a book that you can just store away someplace and forget about. The oral tradition is a contact between people that is most important to keep the stories alive and out there and fresh in everybody's memory.
You could see the twinkle in her eyes when she'd tell these stories, but they were always done in a beautiful way. It was almost like watching a ballet to watch her give her programs. It was just breathtaking.
As was typical in the day, Teyana would often perform as a pan-Indian and dress in the stereotypical costume. However, she ensured that her performances showed depth and conveyed an accurate understanding of the culture.
Sometimes historians and others have seen these performances of individuals like Teyana, where she takes these traditions from communities all over the country, as demonstrating a lack of cultural knowledge on her part, or on the part of others who are also doing this, as a demonstration that she was kind of creating this pan-Indian persona that defied her identity as a Chickasaw person. Nothing really could be further from the truth. Now, on top of that, on top of her identity as a Chickasaw person, she also responded to this larger set of notions and ideas that had populated popular culture regarding Indianness, what it meant to be Indian, and what non-Indian people expected when they would encounter Indian people.
Her Chickasaw roots was really important to Teyana. She did that through maintaining ties to the community there. And you have to also understand that during that time period, it was Great Depression, at the height of what she was doing. And things were really tough back home. It was tough on everyone, but it was especially tough for Indian people.
After discontinuing her performances on Broadway for personal reasons, including a lack of roles for women, Théâtre banded with other Native American celebrities, many of whom hailed from her native state of Oklahoma. This group included Jim Thorpe, muralist and scholar A.C. Blue Eagle, Quapaw violinist Fred Carden, and her cousin Ataloa. These performers not only entertained, but also served as activists to raise awareness of the current flaws in federal Indian policy.
Now, when we begin to look more closely at the lives of these individuals, which is something that historians really have not really begun to do until very recently, when we begin to look more closely at these lives, we see just this amazing assortment of individuals who are all in constant motion and in constant contact with one another in the 1920s and 1930s. It's really extraordinary. And when you see that, then you can really begin to see how all of their efforts, their various efforts, and the different things that they do are beginning to really serve similar intertribal purposes.
At one point, Théâtre was advised by a colleague from Chautauqua to focus on sharing her knowledge with youth instead of older society women. This inspired her to concentrate her energies toward educational storytelling.
She used to always say she loved performing for children the most, and she did quite a bit of travel and would do school programs, and she made a point of doing those even when she had other engagements, because she thought it was so important that young people, particularly non-Native young people, have the opportunity to be educated and exposed to Native American culture and traditions and stories. When she was in regalia, I mean, it was like they were seeing history come alive to them. If I perform for children, I think I can turn a lot of them into lifelong students and admirers of Native Americans. They have a longer time horizon to be impacted than adults do.
From a very early age, Théâtre acquired a deep love for nature. So working with inner-city youth in Bear Mountain, New York during the Depression served as an opportunity to get closer to the land, as well as share her stories with younger people.
I would begin, and soon a hush would fall over the group. I would let my fingers wander over the taut skin of my drum and gradually set up a thudding, rhythmic background for a song. By this time, I had eliminated most non-Indian elements from my program, including piano music. I found the traditional drums most satisfactory for setting a mood.
Eleanor Roosevelt, appreciative of Théâtre's previous performances for the underprivileged children at Bear Mountain, would later name a lake in her honor near the camps. Also named in her honor was Camp Théâtre, a beautiful location in Harriman, New York, where thousands of Girl Scouts spent their summers. Théâtre's performances had grown increasingly spiritual, incorporating both her Christian upbringing as well as nature-based spirituality.
She would tell you religious stories or talk about the Great Spirit, that sort of thing. It wasn't just, it's exactly this way. She somehow managed to combine lots of different things into her spiritual view of the world.
I think she incorporated a lot of different spiritual beliefs and traditions into developing her own. For example, at my naming ceremony, which we had in her apartment, she started by praying to the north, praying to the south, east, the west, in each direction, a very non-Christian thing, but very much a native thing.
Théâtre spent a considerable amount of time at Loon Island in New Hampshire, which was very much a second home. Here she found an oasis by spending time alone and getting away from the city to recharge in the quiet of nature.
Loon Island belonged to a good friend of hers. It was an island out in the middle of a lake, and you couldn't get there except by canoe. And there was something about that whole process that really spoke to her. But it was to become the place where she recharged her batteries. When living in the city got to her or drained her of her energy, she could escape to Loon Island and be with nature.
The trees were getting full grown. He made them all to come fast because he was in a hurry to make the world productive and beautiful. The trees all had these beautiful little green dresses. The little leaves would flutter and dance and sing, and this made the mother happy.
Teata's life changed in 1932 when she met Dr. Clyde Fisher, curator for the American Museum of Natural History and founding director of the museum's Hayden Planetarium. Despite being many years her senior, the couple bonded instantly over their shared interests and quickly became a part of New York society. Teata and Clyde Fisher married within a year of the meeting. Their wedding took place in Oklahoma at Bacone College. Bacone was the only Indian college at the time, and fellow Chickasaw artist and teacher Adaloa was on hand to assist in organizing the ceremony.
With her marriage with her husband, Clyde Fisher, at this time he is the curator of the Natural History Museum. He's a very respected scientist, but being the curator of that museum, it's part of his duties to travel the country, to travel the world, looking for new exhibits, looking at new cultural experience to bring back, and he takes Teata with him. And from this young lady, once from Inuit Indian territory to now being in Peru, to being in Mexico.
In 1943, Clyde led an expedition to visit a volcano in the Mexican village of Paracutin, and Teata went along as a photographer.
All these things were coming out of these little cones. I was close enough to photograph them and to, it was just beautiful, just simply beautiful. He said, Teata, I think we had better go down to more level terrain, because he said, I think there may be fireworks here that we don't want to be too close to. He said, put everything down and start running. Run as fast as you can go. It's hard to run in that ash, and it was so deep. He said, run as fast, keep going, keep going, keep going. I turned around to look, and I saw this amazing river of molten lava that wasn't very far behind us at that moment. But we were very glad to get out of its way. You can see what a river that was behind us. That was coming down behind us as we left those little cones. I've had a lot of exciting things happen to me in my time, but I'm sure that I will never have anything more exciting than that run from the lava in old Mexico, one that I shall never, never, never forget.
She's no longer seeing the world in a very narrow prism. She's seeing the global experience of indigenous people elsewhere, and she's beginning to shape her later performances, and I would argue her later activism.
Due to these explorations and Fisher's speaking tours, the couple spent quite a bit of time apart. However, the couple made a priority of staying connected. In addition, Clyde would also accompany her on many of her visits to family back in Oklahoma.
I went with them on their walk. She'd tell you the Indian-related items, and there were tribes in the north that considered this, the first snow, to be a way of cleansing yourself from sin. So they would roll naked in the first snow, and that accomplished it for the year, you know. In the South, where they didn't see the snow, it was a demonic thing, you know. They were being punished for bad things that they had done. So it depended on where you were. And then Uncle Clyde would explain why it snowed and why the flakes were different and, what kind of things would come from nature as a result of the snow, because he was a naturalist probably more than anything else.
They wrote to each other literally hundreds and hundreds of letters during their relationship and their marriage. It's really amazing to see how much they both loved and embraced the natural world.
Dearest bearer of the morning, this day, Sunday, has been another gorgeous specimen of October's bright blue weather. I wish I could have enjoyed it with my Indian.
Mato dear, how quick your last letter flew to me. The one written on Sunday the 8th came today. It makes me feel a little closer. I suppose all newly married ones vow they will never let it grow old to them. We all desire it and want it after a fashion. I believe the women want it most, though. For the man grows so interested in his business that he forgets to make a business of marriage, too.
Teyana continued her friendship with Eleanor Roosevelt and her husband Franklin, who was then the governor of New York. Teyana performed frequently at the Roosevelts' home, the governor's mansion, and later for the British Prime Minister in Roosevelt's White House.
The White House, Washington, D.C., April 20th, 1933. Would Teyana consider coming down for a short appearance after dinner for Premier MacDonald on Saturday the 22nd? We'll pay her expenses. She can come in afternoon and return by midnight train. Eleanor Roosevelt.
Here she is performing before Ramsay MacDonald, who was the Prime Minister of the British Empire, most powerful country, most extensive country on the globe. This is the first White House entertainment of the new Roosevelt administration. What a potent message for the Roosevelts to send about the United States, but what a commanding stage for a relatively young woman to be on. And of course, that night she got to spend the night in the Lincoln bedroom, and she wrote a letter, which we still have. Yeah, it's a wonderful letter. You know, it's all the pride, all the exuberance, all the excitement of the day. But like most things Teyana wrote, there's always some reflection in it and some vision as well.
I'm not sure even Teyana could have fully known this. I'm not even sure President Roosevelt could have known this, but it happened fortuitously for all of them. President Roosevelt soon to appoint an Indian commissioner named John Collier. John Collier is going to be very different from any Indian commissioner we've ever had prior to this time. He's going to say, let's respect culture, let's respect tradition, and let's promote it. So when the president invites her to perform, whether intentional or unintentional, it's also going to support what his administration's about to launch, this Indian New Deal and this Indian Reorganization Act. And in that way, she's going to become a symbol.
In June of 1934, during the second year of the Roosevelt administration, the Indian Reorganization Act was instated and secured certain rights for Native Americans in the United States.
A few years later, Eleanor called her again and asked her to participate in an event that had great political significance and diplomatic significance prior to World War II, and that being the visit by the King and Queen of England, King George VI, and his wife, Queen Elizabeth. So it was a great moment when she did step out on this platform to perform for the King and Queen.
My first number was Let It Be Beautiful by Hartley B. Alexander. After this came a romance legend, which seemed to please the royal guests, for they smiled and laughed spontaneously. An Indian lullaby followed, and the group was ended with Constance L. Skinner's The Song of the Maiden Weaving. In this last number, I used a beautiful Salish basket, loaned me by Dr. Clark Whistler of the American Museum. Dear Mother, I knew that you would want to know all about my appearance yesterday before King George and Queen Elizabeth of England. Ever since my return from Oklahoma, there has been too much excitement in the air for this engine. Of course, I realized that it was a great honor to be selected to appear as entertainer before America's most distinguished guests of all time, the King and Queen of England. But I was not prepared to be so much in the news with my tiny little part in their reception. It was my good luck to be born a Native American and to be able, in a small way, to represent a people who have for other nations a great romantic appeal and interest.
My dearest Princess Teata, the President and I feel it was most kind of you to present your interesting program for their Majesties. And I wish to take this opportunity to thank you most warmly for your contribution to making the picnic the success it was. Sincerely yours, Eleanor Roosevelt.
Teata made a point to visit Native groups around the country. At one point, she and Clyde embarked on a 12,000-mile, 10-week journey to states from New York to California for this purpose. While visiting the tribes, she would spend quality time listening to their stories and educating herself on their culture.
She immersed herself in a number of different Native communities through visiting frequently different Indian communities across the country. Well, in South America, for that regard, or in Scandinavia. I mean, she was very much interested in Native communities around the world.
In the beginning of 1949, Teata lost the love of her life, Clyde Fisher.
When Clyde Fisher passed away, Teata was devastated, absolutely devastated. His illness was difficult because of the nature of it. He had heart issues, and he grew weaker and weaker as time went on. And for months, she had sole care of him. So it was also very physically draining for her, emotionally devastating for her. And when he finally passed, she was just at her lowest point. And friends stepped in. She traveled to Peru with friends to get away for a time and to try and reassess where she was and where she wanted to go next in her life.
Several years after Clyde's death, Teata moved to Santa Fe, where she shared a home with Ataloa. This period of her life came on the heels of great change in the relationship between Native Americans and the U.S. government. Native rights were once again in jeopardy. In January of 1945, the Federal Commissioner of Indian Affairs, John Collier, who was an advocate for American Indian rights, was forced to resign. Tribal self-determination was hanging in the balance. Expressing their legislation as a move toward Indian rights, advocates for termination sought to terminate all federal responsibility to Indian tribes. Utah Senator Arthur Watkins, who led the effort, went so far as to recall rhetoric of Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. In February 1954, the Republican senator stressed, "We want to take off the shackles and make you free men. We pay you a great compliment when we say we are sure you can do a good job. In fact, we think you will do a better job than we have for 135 years." Teata found her political voice and used her oratorical expertise to encourage her fellow Native Americans to stand up for their rights and oppose termination. Tayada was disturbed by the looming poverty among Indians, especially those who lived on reservations. These issues further motivated her to deliver influential speeches to Native people, persuading them to defend their true rights.
And Tayada chooses, at this point, to talk to a non-Indian audience and to tell them a quote from one of her friends. And in this particular quote, she quotes Oscar Jacobson, who's in the art department at OU. And she turns to the audience and she says, Anglo-Saxons crush anything that get in their path. And that includes natives. And then she goes on to say, and then they gently pick them back up and put them in museums. And the more powerful line comes next. And in essence, she says, and I'm paraphrasing, but guess what? Indian culture isn't dead. Fast forward, if you will, to just a few decades later. And we get to the 1950s, and she's speaking to another women's crew. She's warning about a termination policy which hasn't been identified as such, but which is coming, which threatens to end Indian sovereignty. She predicts a day in which natives will have today what we call self-determination. She's only about 15 years ahead of herself.
Tayada was not the only Chickasaw actively speaking out against these termination policies. There were many grassroots movements organized by tribal citizens at churches in her home state of Oklahoma. For the remainder of her career, Tayada performed for schools and civic organizations across the country. Always on the road, Tayada claimed to have driven to every state but Hawaii and Alaska. However, as she and her siblings grew older, Tayada returned to Oklahoma, back to her roots, to strengthen family bonds. She was welcomed to Tishomingo and served as guest of honor at the celebration of the Chickasaw Centennial. In 1957, Tayada was inducted into the Oklahoma Hall of Fame. The storyteller continued to build on her legacy for decades. She performed around Oklahoma and gained national acclaim as well.
She came, I think I was in junior high, and did a program for our school. They, at that time, had assemblies every so often, and they would bring in various things so we'd be cultured here in southern Oklahoma. But she was one of the programs, and of course I was very proud. I mean, I had bragging rights that day. You'd just be in awe while you were listening, and some of them were real cute. You know, the one about the looking for a wife. Anybody around here want a wife?
Once there was a young maiden, and who lived all alone beside a stream. And she said to herself one day, I'm old enough to get married. So she oiled her hair, and she painted her face, and she went down to the stream, and she looked in, and she saw how beautiful she was. And she said to herself, I'm good looking enough for any man. And so she walked down the banks of the river. After a little bit, she came to a place where there'd been a camp. She sat down upon a log, and she began to sing. And she sang, anybody around here want a wife? Anybody around here want a wife? Anybody around here want a wife? And somebody answered, I want a wife. I want a wife. I want a wife. What shall we live on? What shall we live on if we live together? We will live on hawthorn berries and roots. Oh, I couldn't live on hawthorn berries and roots. That's not good enough for a nice girl like me. And she walked on down the banks of the river.
Anybody want a wife? Anybody want a wife? And you can just hear that voice saying that key phrase of the story over and over in your head. She was amazing what she could do with her voice.
It was beginning to get very dark. And she think if she gonna get husband that day, she got to hurry up. So one more time she sing that song. Anybody around here want a wife? Anybody around here want a wife? Anybody around here want a wife? Can somebody answer, I want a wife, I want a wife, I want a wife? What shall we live on? What shall we live on if we live together? We will live on seeds. Oh, I like seeds. Seeds are nice and soft and tender. He was very much pleased when he heard her sing that. So he came and sat down upon the log beside her. He said, did you understand what I said we'd live on if we lived together? Yes, seeds. I like seeds. He was so pleased with her answer, and she was so pleased with him that they flew off down the banks of the river together because they were the first birds of spring.
Teyata's performances were preserved in the film God's Drum, the proceeds of which funded a scholarship for Native Americans for several years. In 1976, as part of NBC's bicentennial celebration of the 50 states, she was interviewed by Today Show co-host Jim Hartz as an Oklahoma gem.
I remember watching her. Here she is being interviewed on national television in full regalia, and I thought, wow, I mean, you know, how cool is that and how impressive is that somebody at that time, 81 years old, you know, was a commanding figure and was that well known and well established that she would be taken as a representative of, you know, some aspect, part of our heritage and history as a state.
She really was the driving force in the family. I was young when we had a reunion and saw her, but Teyata put that together. Family was foremost for her. The relationship between her mother and her father and herself was quite close. And it was that with all of her siblings. There was never, I'm a famous person. She was just herself.
It was a wonderful time. It was in the late 70s and early 80s. Looking back now, you know, the song Gone Away People, many of these people are gone away. We have good memories.
Teyata received many honors later in her life. She holds a place in the Chickasaw Hall of Fame and became Oklahoma's first cultural treasure in 1987.
She was 92 at the time. And to see her honored in this way as the very first Oklahoma treasure, a designate for our cultural artists, and you look at the great Oklahomans, native and non-native, who've gone on and had that honor, but there can only be one number one. And of all the rich tradition of performers in our history, that she was chosen, I think, is, again, obviously a source of great pride to the family and to the tribe.
There was a regalness about her. When she was in the room, your attention was on Teyata. And that's something that came from inside. She understood her place in history, I think. And that's something I think that was very, very unique to her and is unique to a lot of people. They have the ability to recognize that significant moment and understand that that moment is going to affect, possibly, generation after generation after generation.
Her last days here on Earth, things have come full circle for her. She has lived long enough now to we're close to seeing the fruits of some sovereignty, the fruits of Indian self-determination, and she's lived long enough to see that the future for her people is much brighter than it was when she was born.
Teyata passed on October 26, 1995, just days short of her 100th birthday. In 2014, a statue was dedicated at her alma mater, now called the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma.
She defied all the stereotypes at all levels, as Native American as well as a woman, at a time when either of those things presented difficulties and challenges. Yet she celebrated both, and she did so in a way that brought honor to those she represented: Native Americans, females, Oklahomans, Chickasaws.
Here's this magnificent statue of her that will be here as long as this institution is here. And that was the very, building that she was going in and out of, up and down those stairs as a very young Indian girl with no idea that she was at the beginning of an epic personal journey that would take her all over the world and expose her to presidents and kings and queens and royalty and some of the richest and most powerful people in the world. And at the same time, classrooms to little groups of Native Americans who were yearning to see their culture celebrated and to hold on to some piece of pride, that from this very spot, essentially where that statue is, that would launch her. I would honestly rather have the statue here than at her birthplace in Emmett or in New York City or at Lake Teata, in New York or any place else. I think this was the place.
Her life was so full and so remarkable. I think she had no regrets. She met people who are in our history books. She just led an incredible life and a very complete life. All of her nieces and nephews were her family, were her children.
After her death, Teata's family fulfilled her final wishes and scattered her ashes across Tishomingo and along Pennington Creek, places held dear by the storyteller. And for one last and final time, Teata Fisher was back home.
Stories are very ancient, our greatest possession. We had no book. We had wonderful tribal storytellers, keeper of our history, our teachers, our historians, our entertainers.
Holy place, with a God, I walk upon the summit. I am old. I have walked along with gods. Soon I shall find the trail of beauty, and with a God walk down into the valley.
You're watching LA36, television dedicated to lifelong learning.
Nomo-san was always a star in Japanese baseball. This was a player at the peak of his career, and he's giving everything up, and he's leaving his country under somewhat controversial circumstances.
For him, it was a huge risk from being a star in Japan to maybe a minor leaguer in America.
And so this was basically a glorified tryout to see if this pitcher from Japan could actually compete.
So he had two things to prove to everybody that Hideo Nomo can make it, and also that Japanese baseball is quite great.
A lot of the Japanese media wrote that he's almost like a traitor, leaving Japanese baseball.
But on the other hand, there were a few people that said, hey, go for it. If he can make it, it'd be great for both American and Japanese baseball.
Whatever he needed, I would be there to help him. And I kind of took him on as one of my sons.
It was clear right off the bat that this was a powerful pitcher.
He debuted in San Francisco's Candlestick Park. The first game he pitched was May 1995, and there were 200 Japanese accredited media.
Going through Nomomania wasn't easy. It was a lot of problems, you know, with the press. Everybody wanted a piece of him.
It was very tough for Nomo because there he was being followed everywhere.
I know a lot of Japanese tourists came. I believe a lot of housewives became very familiar with American baseball because of Nomo-san.
To have that type of concentration when all of Japan is watching you was incredible. I think it must have been at the highest level.
For each and every Dodger game, this community went gaga. The Japanese American community and the Japanese community supported him wholeheartedly.
As the season went on, he would lead the league in strikeouts, and that's unheard of for a rookie.
And whenever we went into the different cities, the general managers would call me up and say, you got to pitch Nomo here.
When Hideo Nomo came, we averaged about 8,000 increase in attendance in every ballpark, not just Dodger Stadium, but every ballpark in the nation.
Everybody's looking. Japan's wondering, who's this guy, thinking he can make it in the major leagues? And in the United States, people were just thinking, who's this guy? And after a year, everybody knew Hideo Nomo could do it. He wasn't just a one-year wonder with the Dodgers as far as winning the Rookie of the Year. He was a solid major leaguer for not only the Dodgers, but for other teams.
I think that with his combined years, to me, he's got a good chance of being in our Hall of Fame.
Because of him, a lot of his fellow countrymen followed suit. Ichiro, Irabu, Matsui, and I could name dozens of others, but they all thought that Nomo-san led the way. He opened the door for them.
And I would have to say that Hideo Nomo represented his country in the finest of fashion, like a class man.
He was a real samurai. And samurais, as you know, they can't fail. If they fail, they have to cut their guts out. So I think he was a true samurai.
When the Dodgers signed Fernando Valenzuela in 1979, they were very excited. They had a prospect on their hands. But after the first year in the California League, Mike Brito thought, you know what, maybe he needs another pitch. And he talked to Al Campanis, and they both agreed that Fernando just didn't throw hard enough to get away with just 2 pitches.
I said, well, maybe a split finger or maybe a screwball. And Campanis looked at me and said, well, we don't have nobody to throw the split finger here now. I said, yeah, but we got somebody that throw a screwball.
The only player in the Dodger organization who threw a screwball was Bobby Castillo.
I'll never forget the first time I saw Baba walking out of the bullpen. They announced him, Roberto Castillo. I'm thinking, all right, another Puerto Rican or another, Cuban or Panamanian. He comes walking out of the bullpen, and I'm looking at him, I'm going, nah, man. There's only one place where Roberto learns how to walk like that. It's East LA.
I grew up 5 minutes from Dodger Stadium. I've been a Dodger fan ever since. I mean, way back. I mean, ever since I was a little kid. I always had a baseball in my hand. I was always throwing rocks. I was always throwing something.
Bobby Castillo, he was a relief pitcher, spot starter, but he'd actually locally gone to Lincoln High School. Lincoln High School is just about a 5-minute drive from Dodger Stadium.
Well, it was weird because they had told me to go down to Arizona and teach this kid from Mexico the screwball. And then I didn't speak Spanish that well. He didn't speak no English, but through baseball, I guess it was just, we knew what we were talking about. A screwball is probably a backward slider. From here, you have to release the ball. You come in this way, and basically it's just cutting the ball to where it tails into a right-hand hitter, away from a left-hand hitter.
And a week, Fernando got the screwball and threw him in 2 velocity. The ball would touch him, and that was the big difference.
So about 2 weeks into the spring season, Jerry Royce, who was the ace of the Dodgers that year, comes up lame. He can't throw. And so by chance, the guy that was going to fall into rotation was Fernando. So Lasorda put him in.
I tell him, how do you feel, Fernando? You're going to be the starting pitcher? That's a piece of cake, he told me in Spanish. Es un pedazo de pastel.
On that opening day, he went out there. And I tell you, man, it was like one of our own is taking the hill on opening day. That was special.
Fernando Mania was unbelievable, most unbelievable.
I don't think even Babe Ruth brings so many people to the stadium and the fans show so much interest in a player like they did with Fernando. Fernando made a revolution.
Fernando brought a lot of hope to a lot of people. For the Latin communities, I mean, it was a blessing. We had somebody to actually cheer for the Dodgers now.
Even though he was a Mexican from Mexico and I'm from here, as were my parents, he's a Mexican. So he was my guy. The Mexicans were going nuts because he was their guy. So you had Mexicans and Mexican Americans sitting together, talking together for the first time in Spanish and English about one thing, Fernando.
And they just went crazy because they had somebody finally that they could look up to, somebody who could represent them to the highest degree of class, dignity, and character.
And Fernando just made it fun because every place he pitched, no matter what city he was at, he sold out the stadium. He couldn't do anything without people mobbing him. And he was, 19, 20, 21-year-old kid. It was like Elvis was around.
But that year, Fernando had the 8 straight shutouts. He was El Niño, he was El Toro. They were writing songs about him.
Who knew the odds that from the Arizona Instructional League, after the 1979 season, that 2 years later, both Bobby and Fernando would be teammates on the 1981 World Champion Dodgers.
That season was meant for us to do it. It was meant for Fernando to be there. It was just meant for the Dodgers to be world champions that year.
Everybody makes a big deal about Fernando and Mexico and everything like that. And, Bobby was a role model just as well for all the local kids from that area. Throughout Fernando's career, he always gave credit to Bobby Castillo for teaching him that pitch. And I know Bobby was very proud of the success that Fernando had with it. Peter O'Malley was always looking for a great player from Korea, and Chan Ho was just a perfect fit. Not only did he have the temperament, but he was also an ambassador, not just a great player.
Actually, the Radio Korea was broadcasting Dodgers game from 1990. I always, asking Mr. O'Malley, why don't you bring the Korean player? But he always smiling, just smiling, He didn't give me any answer.
Chan Ho Park was pitching in an amateur baseball tournament played at Dodger Stadium. Well, there happened to be a Dodger scout in the crowd, and he noticed a live arm.
At that time, we didn't know who the Chan Ho is. we're just glad, just the Korean player is coming up.
Chan-ho was very young, not much experience. Tried to be with him at all times, and I was trying to make him believe that he could pitch for the Dodgers.
Now, Chan-ho wasn't expected to make the Dodger team coming out of spring training, but he did.
We were expecting Chan-ho should be good as Fernando Valenzuela. Valenzuela was the kind of a hero of the Latino community, so Chan-ho should be a hero too.
But it became obvious early with a young guy like that, if you're not going to be in the starting rotation, it's better to work on his craft in the minor leagues.
And when I found out, he wasn't going to be able to get much work here, I finally thought it would be best for him to send him down to our minor league system.
We were kind of disappointed, but he was doing so good at the minor league.
And then it was just a matter of trying to get him to refine his skills, but also gain confidence.
So 2 years later, 1996, he was up to Dodger Stadium.
And of course, he came back and had an illustrious career with the Dodgers.
It was a big festival for the Korean community. They're shouting with the Korean language, "Bak Chan-ho, Bak Chan-ho." When we go to the Dodger Stadium, we realize this is real America. So it's all together, making just one community. This Los Angeles has the biggest Korean community outside of Korea. In 1992, there was LA riots. At that time, it was war. The Koreatown was all burned out. So Korean American was so disappointed. They lost all the hope. China came to Los Angeles on the right time to cheer up all the Korean American here. He was kind of the light, the lighting the very dark place. Chano Park is kind of a pioneer. He was a good leader, and he was our hero for the Korean American community, especially in Southern California.
My name is Lou Johnson. I was born in Lexington, Kentucky, and I was born in racehorse country and basketball. My first inclination was, if I was to become a basketball player, I would like to be the first black person at the time to play for the University of Kentucky. It never happened, but I still carry that torch today, and I'm 81 years old. What happened out of that was Jackie had made good. And when Jackie made good, then they had a lot of scouts was going out, man, and I got a shot to play baseball. And it turned out to be the best thing of my life. But I'm very grateful that we had a person like Jackie Robinson to go through what he went through for us. Not to follow him, but be beside him, to keep him strong. And if I keep him strong, then I'm gonna be strong the rest of my life. That's the way it is. And to be in his living room, the Dodgers, where he put it out there for all of us. When I say all of us, the African Americans, we have to say, we have to thank him. We have to thank him, man, because I know what he went through by himself. I know.
Jackie changed America the day he walked on the field. He didn't just change baseball. The story of Branch Rickey and Jackie was, heroic. There was some higher values at stake there. There was some greater goals than just making a buck. But O'Malley was a tough, smart businessman, and Branch Rickey was a smart businessman. They knew, especially after the war, the country was different. When you sent our boys into the war, and we came back and you said, we're going to go back to the way things were, the Chicanos, the Mexican Americans, sued the United States government, the Army, and created the GI Bill to get equitable pay. I think the war was the beginning of the civil rights movement because of the desegregation of the Army. Japanese Americans who left camp, who left their family behind, barbed wire in America, went and fought and shed their blood. And you want them to come back and go back to a pejorative? No, it's done. It's over. We're changing, we're moving forward.
Captain America came out and was created in the 1940s, and since then the nation has diversified even more. And I was just trying to make a point that a new version of Captain America could be coming from the broad, diverse ethnic groups we have in America. Could be Sikh, could be African American, could be Hispanic. So that's the point I was trying to make. And in baseball, I mean, we've seen, starting with Jackie Robinson, I mean, that was kind of a huge step in terms of baseball and Captain America being representing, who an American is. Today, you look at baseball, and it's incredible the diversity we have in baseball. And if you didn't know about history, you would think, hey, baseball was always like this, but it wasn't. So yeah, I mean, it's a story that still inspires many people, and will do so in the years to come.
Diversity is a marketable commodity. And the great thing about it is that we can all come to it from wherever we come from, but then we're together. And we're Dodger fans, we're baseball fans, we're living what Los Angeles and diversity and multiculturalism and cultural pluralism is supposed to be.
So if I have anything to say to young people, I would have the schools to get the story of Jackie Robinson and let them read the story and see what he had to endure.
He's a local guy. He went to UCLA, he went to Pasadena City College. I kind of sort of followed the similar paths. I'm a teacher also, and I teach in South Central. There's a high African American population in it, and Black History Month is this month, so I've chosen Jackie Robinson as a basis for a series of lessons that I'm going to do in my classroom. They love it. They know he's a Dodger, and it's still kind of hard to have them understand what Brooklyn and the move. That's kind of over their heads. But his plight, basically being threatened, being asked to show courage by showing by holding it in all the anger and stuff. And in a way, he's kind of like the baseball Gandhi. So to tell that story to your students, to my students, it's pretty powerful. And for him to survive it and become something great, it brings a lot of pride to the kids and makes them want to learn more about the Dodgers and Jackie.
When I leave this earth, I got my tombstone sitting right behind you. If you want to see my tombstone right there. They asked me what I wanted on my tombstone, and I said I want them to put on my tombstone, Dodger Stadium was as address, but every ballpark was his home. And when Mr. O'Malley presented me with the tombstone, and I said, Mr. O'Malley, I accept this with love and admiration, and I want to say to you that I want to work for the Dodgers even when I'm dead and gone. And he looked at me quite puzzled. He said, wait a minute. I can know you hear you say you love the Dodgers, but how could you work for the Dodgers when you're dead? I said, with that tombstone, I want to put the Dodger home schedule on it. And then when the people are in the cemetery visiting their loved ones, they'll say, let's go to Lasorda's grave to find out if the Dodgers are playing at home or on the road. Now, that's pride. Pride in the organization that you represent, that I want to even work for them when I'm dead and gone. I now work 65 years. Vince Scully and I have the same amount of years in the Dodgers, and I'm proud of every one of them, and I'm proud to be a Dodger.
You're watching LA36.
We were so proud to have served our country. There was nothing that we could have done that would have pleased us more.
I think every 16, 17-year-old kid in 1945, they wanted to get in the service, help, do what you could, and be part of patriotism.
People need to know that immigrants like Hua Ting Long were ready to step up and fight for their newfound country.
We thought we did the best we can to show that we were loyal Americans and deserve to be called Americans.
I was an American to those people, not Latin American or Mexican American or whatever. He called me American, and that's what I was proud of.
I definitely felt that I made the right move in volunteering because it was for peace.
I'm Yoshio Nakamura, 95 years of age. I served in the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, the most decorated unit in U.S. military history. I served in France and Italy during the war. Japanese Americans were first considered enemy aliens, so we were stripped of our civil rights as citizens. We were interned and were in prison. Here you are behind barbed wire and asked if we were willing to serve in the United States Armed Forces. And when I said yes, I figured I was volunteering and left the Gila River concentration camp to Fort Douglas, Utah. We were shipped on these little boats called Victory ships. I was a private first class, and I served in the 3rd Battalion in M Company, which is a heavy weapons company. My task was to carry ammunition for mortars. When we landed in Italy, we were sent to Mount Folgorito because there were enemy outposts up on top of the mountain. The mountain is very steep, and the German troops never thought that we would be dumb enough to try to climb the mountain. The troops in the Po Valley could not move forward or north for 6 months. So that's why General Mark Clark asked the 442nd to come back. And we climbed Mount Folgorito in total darkness and in silence on these very narrow pathways going up the mountain. The 442nd men didn't know the word impossible. And that was a great inspiration for me. Probably the most scary moment in my life was climbing that mountain. There were people who slipped off the cliff and they could not make any noise, and they went to their death as a result. Because any kind of noise would alert the outposts up above. And I thought I may not make it myself. So tired and really afraid. That's the reason why the 100th Battalion and the 442nd Regiment were known as Go for Broke, because they did everything possible to reach their objectives. We made it up to the top of the mountain and surprised the outpost. And we moved up all the way to Genoa. And by that time, the war in Europe was ending, and there was a great celebration in Genoa. When I returned from the war, I felt that we, Japanese Americans and myself, had tried our very best to do what we could to win the war. My loyalty to the country never wavered. I never did stop loving our country. I felt that even more loyalty to the country because so many of us gave so much that we thought we did the best we can to show that we were loyal Americans and deserve to be called Americans.
My name is Theodore G. Lumpkin Jr. I served in World War II as a intelligence officer for the 100 Fighter Squadron. And today I'm 100 years old. I was born and raised in Los Angeles. I was drafted, went to Fort MacArthur here in Los Angeles, San Pedro, California. From there, I was sent to Tuskegee, was trained there, and graduated as a second lieutenant there in January of 1943. I was a part of the 100 Fighter Squadron of the 332nd Fighter Group. The 332nd Fighter Group was all black. You know, the military was segregated at that time during World War II. And so I was excited and interested in doing two things. Number one, contributing to winning the war, and two, hopefully improving a lot of Negroes in this country. Went overseas in a convoy of, must have been about 50 ships, I guess. And took us about almost a month to get across the Atlantic to Italy. My role basically was an intelligence officer for the 100 Fighter Squadron, which consisted primarily of briefing and debriefing pilots regarding the missions that they were about to take and what to expect. On the 24th of March 1945. The mission was to escort the bombers to the target in Berlin to try and really knock Germany out of the war. Our fighters encountered the Me-262 fighter jets that the Germans had. Germans were, they were ahead of us in terms of jet fighters, but our pilots were able to knock 3 of those Me-262s down, and it was a good day and a bad day because we did lose pilots on that mission also. But it was ultimately a very successful mission. Where the war ended, it was a glorious day. It meant that we didn't have to worry about continuing the war. I'm proud to be a veteran. This is a highlight and still is one of the emotional highlights for me because I was there and I'll never forget it.
My name is Muriel Engelman, and I'm 99 years old. I served as first lieutenant in World War II.
Mel Engelman, and I served in as a lieutenant commander assigned to the Marine Corps. I'm 99 years old. How long have we been married?
71 years. I graduated from Mount Auburn School of Nursing in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I went on from there to become a member of the Army Nurse Corps.
I was approximately 20 years old when I joined the war effort. I graduated from dental school, and everybody planned to serve in the military at the time.
I was sent overseas with my nursing contingent, and we had a big Army hospital, and we settled in Liège, Belgium. I was a surgical nurse, and I took care of patients who had had surgery and needed surgical work done on them. And a lot of them came in, you didn't know whether they were going to live or die, so you just did the best you could. There was a man named Frank who went to high school with me. He came into the hospital with very severe injuries and eventually succumbed to these injuries. But before he did, we were both so close that it was very difficult to take, because not only do you take care of the sickest patients, but you also we have to be with them when they die.
I admired her war effort, and the fact that she had 3 battle stars on her European medal convinced me that she was not a dilly-dally, and I should get married with her.
My name is Joe Edson. I'm 92 years old. I served in World War II when I was 17, right after my 17th birthday. And my first trip was on a victory ship that went to Okinawa during the invasion. I went to sea during World War II in 1945. I just had my 17th birthday, and I dropped out of high school in order to go help win the war. You could get into the Merchant Marine when you were 16. Everybody wanted to get in the service during World War II. And I was an ordinary seaman. That's as low as you get on the ship, and you did what you were told. You didn't do a lot other than stand watch and look out. I went down to the Union Hall, and the board was just full of jobs, and the dispatcher says, "This is the job you're going on." And it happened to be the ship that went from Los Angeles to San Francisco and back to Los Angeles and then to Okinawa. I was really excited when we were underway and fairly close to Okinawa, but we were still underway. And sitting on the bow on lookout with my feet dangling over the side, and I watched the porpoise go by, and you could see them. We were escorted by a DE, a destroyer escort, and all of a sudden I heard the sirens going over on their ship, and that detected a submarine apparently, and the submarine fired at us, and we turned and did the zigzag courses that nothing hit us, but what I thought was a porpoise was probably 2 torpedoes that went by. When we were at anchor in Okinawa, we got air hit by kamikaze planes every night. And shot at by kamikaze planes. My ship didn't get hit. They put all this smoke so they couldn't see the ships at anchor. There's a lot of ships at anchor. I think they lost over 40 ships in Okinawa in that area. I was there for months, I was a little over 3 months. The kamikaze planes they really lit up the sky, and I had to get out on deck and watch it. And the captain just almost had a fit, get off the deck. And they dropped the bombs, and the first bomb, we heard about it and everything, and then when they dropped the second bomb, that they said, that Japan had agreed to a surrender, and there was more action after the surrender because of every gun in Okinawa, our guns were celebrating. That was a big celebration. Then we went back to San Francisco, and I got off. The merchant seaman just walked down the gangway and went home. The next 18 months I spent in the Air Force Band and got out, and that made me a veteran. And think about it, would I do anything any different? The only thing I would have done different was get in earlier if I could have. I think every 16, 17-year-old kid in 1945, they wanted to get in the service. You wanted to get in and help, do what you could, and be part of patriotism.
Well, Hua Ting-Long was born in a town in Canton, China. He came to America in August of 1936, arrived here in Los Angeles. He was compelled to sign up for the draft. He was sent overseas, sent over to a staging area out in the Pacific. And while he was there at the staging area, he was assigned to a destroyer escort, the USS Fair. And here's a young boy that left China to come here to the U.S. to find a new life, winds up going back out into the Pacific, fighting for a country that he had just come to, and makes great sacrifices. Wound up at the Battle of Okinawa, which was a fierce battle, kamikaze planes trying to bomb the ships. After Hua Ting-Long got out of the Navy, spent essentially the rest of his working life as a welder, got married. They had 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. There are about 20,000 Chinese Americans, men and women, that fought for the U.S. during World War II. Some of them were born here, but many of them were immigrants. People need to know that immigrants like Hua Ting-Long were ready to step up and fight for their newfound country. Motomu Nakasako, nicknamed Moat, was born here in LA, 1924, to Japanese immigrant parents. He and his family were removed to one of the relocation camps. They wound up in Heart Mountain, Wyoming. At age 20, he being a U.S. citizen, he had to register for the draft. And in 1944, he and 10 others were inducted into the Army. He got assigned to an all-Nisei outfit, all Japanese Americans. That regimental combat team, the 442nd, called Go for Broke, was already in Europe, already fighting, and so Moat and other young men of his age that got inducted at that time were sent to Europe as replacements. When the call for service came to them, they didn't hesitate at all, and they went ahead and they served their country. Moat fought in Europe and southern France and Italy and Germany, came back to the States in '45, got involved with Veterans Affairs through the American Legion, the VFW, finds a calling to help serve other veterans, and becomes a veteran service officer and joins the county and becomes the director of the Military and Veterans Affairs. To go through that life experience, be sent to the relocation camps, but yet had no hesitation to serve, and then have the realization and the desire to serve other veterans and to work his way up through the department. I think that's very significant, and it speaks a lot to his dedication to veterans. There was a very small select group of about 400 that we don't hear too much about. Highly classified program, very specialized, and these are the Navajo Code Talkers. The Navajo Code Talking concept was originated by Mr. Philip Johnston, who was a civil engineer working for the city of LA. He's a World War I veteran. He was familiar with Native American code talking from World War I, and he thought that that could be reapplied to World War II, and more specifically, using the unwritten Navajo language. This method of spoken-only code put the Americans at a great advantage. All other codes wind up being messages sent electronically, and they can all be deciphered. But by taking Navajo words and assigning English equivalent words to them and giving meaning to those words, the Navajo Code Talkers were able to verbally share messages back and forth within minutes that were coded and unbreakable.
My name is Dolores Dupree Hickenbottom. My sister-in-law was Verdia Mae Hickenbottom Arnold. She served in World War II. She served with the Tuskegee Airmen. She was the operations officer for the 332nd Bomber Group, which is the all-black Tuskegee Airmen. Verdia Mae grew up in Pasadena, California. She graduated from the local schools. She then went to Tuskegee, Alabama, to go to Tuskegee University. At that time, when she came back to Pasadena, because of discrimination, she could not get a teaching job. So she went back to Alabama, and that's when she joined this new experiment called the Tuskegee Experiment. After she joined, she went to Fort Des Moines, Iowa, which is where African-American women officers were being trained at Fort Des Moines, Iowa. After that, she went back to Tuskegee, to Alabama. During the war, she was stateside with the 332nd. Being the operations officer, she was responsible for the day-to-day operations. She also, prior to that, had been a company commander, but she was a commander of an all-black female unit. If she were alive today, she would be so pleased that in the Air Force, there are now women pilots. She had a very close relationship with the Tuskegee Airmen, the fighter pilots, because she was with that unit. She served over 25 years. Then she returned to Pasadena and became involved in volunteer community affairs. Verta Mae's brother, my husband, Elby, also served in World War II. It's my understanding that they were one of the few brothers and sisters who served during World War II. Elby Hickenbottom, Verta Mae's brother, served in Germany and France and he was a part of the liberation of Paris. Verta Mae felt very strongly that serving in the military was a privilege and an honor, and she felt very strongly that we Americans were on the right side of things.
My name is Dominic Pizzulli. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I was 17 years of age when I volunteered to become a Coast Guardsman. I joined the Coast Guard because I thought I had to do my duty. But I ended up being shipped out on the LST-16. It's a landing ship tank. We pulled in the harbor of Normandy, Omaha Beach. We pulled right up on the beach, opened the doors, dropped the ramp, and then troops and trucks and everything get off. We received the command from Head Command, unload, to take over the beach, to get the troops on the beach, and hopefully they can get up in the mountain. They found out that the Germans had destroyed all roads out of the mountains. So the American troops were stranded on the beach, and the Germans were firing the 88s at them. After we unloaded the troops, we started getting off the beach. We were told, you can't leave too far. You gotta pick up survivors. So we pulled back and anchored, and we waited there to get the word to go to shore and pick up survivors, and which we did at night. The mortality rate was extremely high because they weren't able to get relief. Eventually, they did, but it took time. A lot of them died on the beach. That was the big problem. Being young, I kind of scratched it off. I figured that's war. After Normandy, we pulled in and we were told to anchor. I was very fortunate to be able to be in Japan when MacArthur signed the peace treaty. We came through and anchored in the banking area of Japan and unloaded the troops. The troops were the occupation troops. And I found, I think it may have been an uplift in me because the war was over. Having gone through the life I did, I feel today that I made the right move. Yes, I definitely felt that I made the right move in volunteering because it was for peace. You're fighting for a country that needs the help.
My name is Edward Lopez. I'm 97 years old. and I flew 100 combat missions in support of the ground troops across Europe during World War II. I was 18 years old, and I enlisted as a private in the Army Air Corps from Los Angeles, California, and went on to be a cadet in the Army Air Force. After becoming a cadet, I completed my training, primary flying, basic flying, and advanced flying, became a pilot, and it was sent overseas. In 1944, I joined the 365th Fighter Group, which was stationed at that time in Reims, France. A fighter pilot is his own navigator, his own bombardier, and his own gunner. You know, there's only one man in the airplane, and that's the fighter pilot. As the American troops advanced, they encountered heavy resistance from the Germans. Whenever they encountered resistance they couldn't handle, they called in the P-47 Thunderbolts to soften it up for them. We were given the ground troops, Hodges' 1st Army and Patton's 3rd Army. We were the 101st Airborne. We were giving them air support. And we gave them air support during the Battle of the Bulge. During the Battle of the Bulge, the weather was so severe we couldn't even taxi our airplanes to the end of it. We had to have the airplanes towed to the end of the runway, lined up, and we took off on instruments and headed out toward the ground. Radar gave us a vector heading to the battle area. We couldn't see the ground because of the fog. Soon after joining the Hellhawks at Reims, we moved. We weren't there more than a couple of weeks before we moved into Belgium. We stayed there about 3 months. We were flying up around 20,000 feet, coming back from strafing some marshalling yards and trains, and I noticed some tanks parked next to a building. The other pilots didn't see them, or they ignored it. But I told the squadron commander, I'm going down to take a look. So I peeled off from the squadron and came down on this tanks. And before I knew it, just as I was getting in the gun range, the whole sky lit up with anti-aircraft fire. And I was right in the middle of the most intense anti-aircraft fire I've ever witnessed. Shells bursting all around me. And the airplane shook a little bit, and I looked back on my right wing, and I had a big hole. The hole so big you could crawl through it. But that airplane stayed in the air. I got out of there, pointed the airplane up, and got out of range real quick. When the war ended, we were stationed in Germany itself, Ritzlar, Germany. I received many medals during my combat, which included the Distinguished Flying Cross, 10 air medals, and a Purple Heart. Also, we had 2 presidential citations, and belatedly, I was awarded the Legion of Honor from France, which is equivalent to the Congressional Medal of Honor of the United States. And also, with that award, I was given the title of a knight. So actually, I can be addressed as Sir Edward, which kind of makes me laugh. We lost a lot of pilots during the war, and in memory of them, I say we did a good job. The main thing that I was proud of when I went to town, they called me an American. I was an American to those people, not Latin American or Mexican American or whatever. He called me American, and that's what I was proud of.
Hello, I'm General Ruth Wong, the Director of Los Angeles County's Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. This film is dedicated to the men and women who served so valiantly in World War II that may have gone unnoticed until now. Typifying the greatest diversity of our nation, Our brothers and sisters proved that when we fight for one common goal, we can achieve anything. It is our hope that these stories resonate with a part of each of you. Our hope is to create a legacy of our heroes so their children, grandchildren, and future generations will remember their contribution, dedication, and sacrifice. At Los Angeles County Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, we serve those who have served. Thank you for joining us.
You're watching LA36, television dedicated to lifelong learning.
Nomo-san was always a star in Japanese baseball.
This was a player at the peak of his career, and he's giving everything up, and he's leaving his country under somewhat controversial circumstances.
For him, it was a huge risk from being a star in Japan to maybe a minor leaguer in America.
And so this was basically a glorified tryout to see if this pitcher from Japan could actually compete.
So he had two things to prove to everybody that Hideo Nomo can make it, and also that Japanese baseball is quite great.
A lot of the Japanese media wrote that he's almost like a traitor, leaving Japanese baseball.
But on the other hand, there were a few people that said, hey, go for it. If he can make it, it'd be great for both American and Japanese baseball.
Whatever he needed, I would be there to help him. And I kind of took him on as one of my sons.
It was clear right off the bat that this was a powerful pitcher.
He debuted in San Francisco's Candlestick Park. The first game he pitched was May 1995, and there were 200 Japanese accredited media.
Going through Nomo Mania wasn't easy. It was a lot of problems, you know, with the press. Everybody wanted a piece of him.
It was very tough for Nomo because there he was being followed everywhere.
I know a lot of Japanese tourists came. I believe a lot of housewives became very familiar with American baseball because of Nomo-san.
To have that type of concentration when all of Japan is watching you was incredible. I think it must have been at the highest level.
For each and every Dodger game, this community went gaga. The Japanese American community and the Japanese community supported him wholeheartedly.
As the season went on, he would lead the league in strikeouts, and that's unheard of for a rookie.
And whenever we went into the different cities, the general managers would call me up and say, you got to pitch Nomo here.
When Hideo Nomo came, we averaged about 8,000 increase in attendance in every ballpark, not just Dodger Stadium, but every ballpark in the nation.
Everybody's looking. Japan's wondering, who's this guy, thinking he can make it in the major leagues? And in the United States, people were just thinking, who's this guy? And after a year, everybody knew Hideo Nomo could do it. He wasn't just a one-year wonder with the Dodgers as far as winning the Rookie of the Year. He was a solid major leaguer for not only the Dodgers, but for other teams.
I think that with his combined years, to me, he's got a good chance of being in our Hall of Fame.
Because of him, a lot of his fellow countrymen followed suit. Ichiro, Irabu, Matsui, and I could name dozens of others, but they all thought that Nomo-san led the way. He opened the door for them.
And I would have to say that Hideo Nomo represented his country in the finest of fashion, like a class man.
He was a real samurai. And samurais, as you know, they can't fail. If they fail, they have to cut their guts out. So I think he was a true samurai.
When the Dodgers signed Fernando Valenzuela in 1979, they were very excited. They had a prospect on their hands. But after the first year in the California League, Mike Brito thought, you know what, maybe he needs another pitch. And he talked to Al Campanis, and they both agreed that Fernando just didn't throw hard enough to get away with just 2 pitches.
I said, well, maybe a split finger or maybe a screwball. And Campanis looked at me and said, well, we don't have nobody to throw the split finger here now. I said, yeah, but we got somebody that throw a screwball.
The only player in the Dodger organization who threw a screwball was Bobby Castillo.
I'll never forget the first time I saw Baba walking out of the bullpen. They announced him, Roberto Castillo. I'm thinking, all right, another Puerto Rican or another, Cuban or Panamanian. He comes walking out of the bullpen, and I'm looking at him, I'm going, nah, man. There's only one place where Roberto learns how to walk like that. It's East LA.
I grew up 5 minutes from Dodger Stadium. I've been a Dodger fan ever since. Way back. Ever since I was a little kid. I always had a baseball in my hand. I was always throwing rocks. I was always throwing something.
Bobby Castillo, he was a relief pitcher, spot starter, but he'd actually locally gone to Lincoln High School. Lincoln High School is just about a 5-minute drive from Dodger Stadium.
Well, it was weird because they had told me to go down to Arizona and teach this kid from Mexico the screwball. And then I didn't speak Spanish that well. He didn't speak no English. But through baseball, I guess it was just, we knew what we were talking about. A screwball is probably a backward slider. From here, you have to release the ball. You come in this way, and basically it's just cutting the ball to where it tails into a right-hand hitter, away from a left-hand hitter.
And a week, Fernando got the screwball and threw him in 2 velocity. The ball would touch him, And that was the big difference.
So about 2 weeks into the spring season, Jerry Royce, who was the ace of the Dodgers that year, comes up lame. He can't throw. And so by chance, the guy that was going to fall into rotation was Fernando. So Lasorda put him in.
I tell him, how do you feel, Fernando? You're going to be the starting pitcher? That's a piece of cake, he told me in Spanish. Es un pedazo de pastel.
On that opening day, he went out there. And I tell you, man, it was like one of our own is taking the hill on opening day. That was special.
Fernando Mania was unbelievable, most unbelievable.
I don't think even Babe Ruth brings so many people to the stadium and the fans show so much interest in a player like they did with Fernando. Fernando made a revolution.
Fernando brought a lot of hope to a lot of people. For the Latin communities, it was a blessing. We had somebody to actually cheer for the Dodgers now.
Even though he was a Mexican from Mexico and I'm from here, as were my parents, he's a Mexican. So he was my guy. The Mexicans were going nuts because he was their guy. So you had Mexicans and Mexican Americans sitting together, talking together for the first time in Spanish and English about one thing, Fernando.
And they just went crazy because they had somebody finally that they could look up to, somebody who could represent them to the highest degree of class, dignity, and character.
And Fernando just made it fun because every place he pitched, no matter what city he was at, he sold out the stadium. He couldn't do anything without people mobbing him. And he was, 19, 20, 21-year-old kid. It was like Elvis was around.
But that year, Fernando had the 8 straight shutouts. He was El Niño. He was El Toro. They were writing songs about him.
Who knew the odds that from the Arizona Instructional League, after the 1979 season, that 2 years later, both Bobby and Fernando would be teammates on the 1981 World Champion Dodgers.
You know, that season was meant for us to do it. You know, it was meant for Fernando to be there. It was just meant for the Dodgers to be world champions that year.
Everybody makes a big deal about Fernando and Mexico and everything like that. And, you know, Bobby was a role model just as well for all the local kids from that area. Throughout Fernando's career, he always gave credit to Bobby Castillo for teaching him that pitch. And I know Bobby was very proud of the success that Fernando had with it. Peter O'Malley was always looking for a great player from Korea, and Chan Ho was just a perfect fit. Not only did he have the temperament, but he was also an ambassador, not just a great player.
Actually, the Radio Korea was broadcasting Dodgers game from 1990. I always, asking Mr. O'Malley, why don't you bring the Korean player? But he always smiling, just smiling, He didn't give me any answer.
Chan Ho Park was pitching in an amateur baseball tournament played at Dodger Stadium. Well, there happened to be a Dodger scout in the crowd, and he noticed a live arm.
At that time, we didn't know who the Chan Ho is. We're just glad, the Korean player is coming up.
Chan Ho was very young, not much experience. Tried to be with him at all times, and I was trying to make him believe that he could pitch for the Dodgers.
Now, Chan Ho wasn't expected to make the Dodger team coming out of spring training, but he did.
We were expecting Chan Ho should be good as Fernando Valenzuela. Valenzuela was the kind of a hero of the Latino community, so Chan Ho should be a hero too.
But it became obvious early with a young guy like that, if you're not going to be in the starting rotation, it's better to work on his craft in the minor leagues.
And when I found out, he wasn't going to be able to get much work here, I finally thought it would be best for him to send him down to our minor league system.
We were kind of disappointed, but he was doing so good at the minor league.
And then it was just a matter of trying to get him to refine his skills, but also gain confidence.
So 2 years later, 1996, he was up to Dodger Stadium.
And of course, he came back and had an illustrious career with the Dodgers.
It was a big festival for the Korean community. They're shouting with the Korean language, Bak Chan Ho, Bak Chan Ho. When we go to the Dodger Stadium, we realize this is real America. So it's all together, making just one community. This Los Angeles has the biggest Korean community outside of Korea. In 1992, there was LA riots. At that time, it was war. The Koreatown was all bombed out. So Korean American was so disappointed. They lost all the hope. China came to Los Angeles on the right time to cheer up all the Korean American here. He was kind of the light. The lighting the very dark place. Chano Park is kind of a pioneer. He was a good leader, and he was our hero for the Korean American community, especially in Southern California.
My name is Lou Johnson. I was born in Lexington, Kentucky, and I was born in racehorse country and basketball. My first inclination was, if I was to become a basketball player, I would like to be the first black person at the time to play for the University of Kentucky. It never happened, but I still carry that torch today, and I'm 81 years old. What happened out of that was Jackie had made good. And when Jackie made good, then they had a lot of scouts was going out, man, and I got a shot to play baseball. And it turned out to be the best thing of my life. I'm very grateful that we had a person like Jackie Robinson to go through what he went through for us. Not to follow him, but be beside him, to keep him strong. And if I keep him strong, then I'm gonna be strong the rest of my life. That's the way it is. And to be in his living room, the Dodgers, where he put it out there for all of us. When I say all of us, the African Americans, we have to thank him. We have to thank him, man, because I know what he went through by himself. I know.
Jackie changed America the day he walked on the field. He didn't just change baseball. The story of Branch Rickey and Jackie was, you know, heroic. There was some higher values at stake there. There was some greater goals than just making a buck. But O'Malley was a tough, smart businessman, and Branch Rickey was a smart businessman. They knew, especially after the war, the country was different. When you sent our boys into the war, and we came back and you said, we're gonna go back to the way things were, the Chicanos, the Mexican Americans, sued the United States government, the Army, and created the GI Bill to get equitable pay. I think the war was the beginning of the civil rights movement because of the desegregation of the Army. Japanese Americans who left camp, who left their family behind, barbed wire in America, went and fought and shed their blood. And you want them to come back and go back to a pejorative? No, it's done. It's over. We're changing, we're moving forward.
Captain America came out and was created in the 1940s, and since then the nation has diversified even more. And I was just trying to make a point that a new version of Captain America could be coming from the broad, diverse ethnic groups we have in America. Could be Sikh, could be African American, could be Hispanic. So that's the point I was trying to make. And in baseball, I mean, we've seen, starting with Jackie Robinson, I mean, that was kind of a huge step in terms of baseball and Captain America being representing, you know, who an American is. Today, you look at baseball, and it's incredible the diversity we have in baseball. And if you didn't know about history, you would think, hey, you know, baseball was always like this, but it wasn't. So yeah, I mean, it's a story that still inspires many people, and will do so in the years to come.
Diversity is a marketable commodity. And the great thing about it is that we can all come to it from wherever we come from, but then we're together. And we're Dodger fans, we're baseball fans, we're living what Los Angeles and diversity and multiculturalism and cultural pluralism is supposed to be.
So if I have anything to say to young people, I will have the schools to get the story of Jackie Robinson and let them read the story and see what he had to endure.
He's a local guy. He went to UCLA, he went to Pasadena City College. I kind of sort of follow the similar paths. I'm a teacher also, and I teach in South Central. There's a high African American population in it, and Black History Month is this month, so I've chosen Jackie Robinson as a basis for a series of lessons that I'm going to do in my classroom. They love it. They know he's a Dodger, and it's still kind of hard to have them understand what Brooklyn and the move, that's kind of over their heads. But his plight, basically being threatened, being asked to show courage by showing like holding it in all the anger and stuff. And in a ways, he's kind of like the baseball Gandhi. So to tell that story to your students, to my students, it's pretty powerful. And for him to survive it and become something great, it brings a lot of pride to the kids and makes them want to learn more about the Dodgers and Jackie.
When I leave this earth, I got my tombstone sitting right behind you. If you want to see my tombstone right there. They asked me what I wanted on my tombstone, and I said I want them to put on my tombstone, Dodger Stadium was as address, but every ballpark was his home. And when Mr. O'Malley presented me with the tombstone, and I said, Mr. O'Malley, I accept this with love and admiration, and I want to say to you that I want to work for the Dodgers even when I'm dead and gone. And he looked at me quite puzzled. He said, wait a minute. I can know you hear you say you love the Dodgers, but how can you work for the Dodgers when you're dead? I said, with that tombstone, I want to put the Dodger home schedule on it. And then when the people are in the cemetery visiting their loved ones, they'll say, let's go to Lasorda's grave to find out if the Dodgers are playing at home or on the road. Now, that's pride. Pride in the organization that you represent, that I want to even work for them when I'm dead and gone. I now work 65 years. Vince Scully and I have the same amount of years in the Dodgers, and I'm proud of every one of them, and I'm proud to be a Dodger.
You're watching LA36.
esos portones, la fiesta va a comenzar. Adornen esos portones.
Ya va llegando el mariachi cantando sones con sus guitarras y guitarrones, para que se alegren y se retosen los corazones. Ya va llegando el mariachi cantando sones con sus guitarras y guitarrones, para que se alegren y se retosen los corazones. Ay la 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 la, ay la 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 la. Agarre su pollo pa' que se baile este lindo son. Ay la 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 la. Saque polvadera pa' que retose mi corazón. En la fiesta del mariachi, la que alegra el corazón.
Y esto sí es Jalisco, sí señor. Una alegría, sí señor. Paseándome por Jalisco, tierra bendita de Dios, tomándome un buen tequila, cantándote una canción, con mi mariachi. Lindo Jalisco,
Mi corazón,
con mi mariachi.
tocando el sol.
Lindo Jalisco,
Mi corazón.
eso, el día en que yo me muera, que me toquen este son, que me entierren en mi tierra, estar cerquita de Dios. Son de Jalisco,
Lindo sol,
puro Jalisco.
mi corazón,
Son de Jalisco,
tocando sol.
puro Jalisco.
Mi corazón, te llevo en mi corazón.
Sí, señor.
Yo soy mexicano.
Yo soy mexicano, mi orgullo lo tengo. Nací despreciando la vida y la muerte. Y si he hecho bravatas, también las sostengo. Aunque no quieran o no, ser charro es ser mexicano, sencillo, valiente y sano, franco de acá el cabal. Yo me siento muy ufano de mi traje nacional, pues soy charro mexicano, a ver quién lo toma mal. Aunque otros piensen por ahí que yo me la he hecho de lado, prefiero ser muy montado que un café de la ciudad. Me gusta ser un charro entero, montuda nula alazán, y no changuito masnero con ribates de tarza. Aunque no quieran o no, ser charro es ser mexicano, sencillo, valiente y sano, franco de acá en cabal. Yo me siento muy ufano de mi traje nacional, pues soy charro mexicano, a ver quién lo toma mal. Desengañado estoy, que no me quieres. Obligarte que me ames, yo no puedo. A nadie por mi amor, a más y le ruego. Es un capricho que llevo en el amor. Tú te aprovechas porque sabes que te quiero y te aprovechas porque sabes que te adoro. Desde una vez que rogué y a me decían el rogo, y desde entonces a capricho lo he llevado de no rogarle a nadie ni con mi amor. Al ver esos ojos que inquietos esperan, apagan sus luces las blancas estrellas. Los aires se esparcen, aromas y mejores, y todas las flores suspiran de amor. Por una mirada de tan lindos ojos, estrellas y flores padecen de hinojos. Los aires suspiran, el cielo se apaga y en el alma vaga la queja de
Desde el campo en que he nacido, vengo a echarle una vistiada a las flores de su vida, rebosante de ilusión. A las muchachas bonitas traigo flores perfumadas, y a los cerros cumplidores traigo mi mejor canción.
qué bonita es la fiesta del rancho.
No los oigo, venga, fuerte.
Donde huele el aire puro a retama y a limón. Donde un beso sabe a gloria debajo de un sombrero ancho y nos cobija un zarape corazón con corazón. Aunque no quieran o no, se echarlo a ser mexicano, sencillo, valiente y sano, franco de andar y acabar. Yo me siento muy ufano de mi traje nacional, pues soy charro mexicano, a ver quién lo toma mal. Ay, ay. Sí, señor, gracias.
Y aprendimos una canción de por acá, de los United States of America. No más que, como donde estamos actuando siempre, casi no hablan inglés, entonces me la aprendí en español. Y si la saben, pues me ayudan a cantarla, ¿ok? ¿Sale? Órale, pues. A propósito, es una composición de un tío mío que vivió en Las Vegas mucho tiempo. Se llamaba Francisco Siniestra y le pusieron Frank Sinatra, porque aquí todo cambia los nombres. Entonces ahí les va. El final se acerca ya, lo esperaré serenamente. Ya ves, yo he sido así, te lo diré sinceramente. Viví la inmensidad sin conocer jamás fronteras, jugué sin descansar a mi manera.
Jamás viví un amor que para mí fuera importante. Corté solo la flor y lo mejor de cada instante. Viajé y disfruté, no sé si más que otro cualquiera. Si bien todo esto fue a mi manera, tal vez lloré o tal vez reí, tal vez gané o tal vez perdí. Ahora sé que fui feliz, que si lloré también amé. Puedo seguir hasta el final. Venga, todo el mundo. A mi manera. I've lived, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way, oh no, not I did it my way. For what is a man, what has he got, if not himself, then he has not to say the words he truly feels, and of the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way, porque sabrá de que un hombre al fin conocerán por su vivir. No hay por qué hablar, ni qué decir, ni recordar, ni qué fingir. Puedo seguir hasta el final. A mi manera.
estoy afuera, pero el día en que yo me muera, sé que tendrás que llorar.
A ver, todos. Llorar y llorar, llorar y llorar.
Dirás que no me quisiste, pero vas a estar muy triste y así te vas a quedar. Con dinero y sin dinero, yo hago siempre lo que quiero y mi palabra es la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie quien me comprenda, porque sigo siendo el rey. Véngase, Filet.
¡Hala, Filet!
Una piedra en el camino me enseñó que mi destino era llorar y llorar. ¡Oh!
Rodar y rodar, rodar y rodar.
Después me dijo un arriero que no hay que llegar primero, pero hay que saber llegar. Con dinero y sin dinero, yo hago siempre lo que quiero y mi palabra es la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie quien me comprenda, porque sigo siendo el rey. Gracias.
Esta canción se va con mucho cariño a todos los enamorados. Tengo ganas de mirarte en este momento, recordarte que eres tú el que me roba el sueño. Fuiste, eres y serás con el que quiero siempre amanecer, con el que quiero siempre despertar. Tú eres lo que más quiero. Me gusta escuchar cuando me hablas, cuando tu sonrisa ilumina tu cara. Se asoma el deseo y en ese momento te quiero besar. Porque la verdad es que me tienes tan enamorada. Soy tan feliz de tenerte a mi lado. Solo con verte me hace suspirar. Eres lo mejor que me ha pasado, por Dios te lo juro. Solo en tus brazos me siento segura y con el tiempo nada va a cambiar. Porque con tu amor toda la vida me quiero quedar. ¡Ay, amor! Me gusta escuchar cuando me hablas, cuando tu sonrisa ilumina tu cara. Se asoma el deseo y en ese momento te quiero besar. Porque la verdad es que me tienes tan enamorada. Soy tan feliz de tenerte a mi lado. Solo con verte me hace suspirar. Eres lo mejor que me ha pasado,
Muchas gracias.
Qué bonitos ojos tienes debajo de esas dos cejas, debajo de esas dos cejas. Qué bonitos ojos tienes. Ellos me quieren mirar, pero si tú no los dejas, pero si tú no los dejas, ni siquiera parpadear. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, que eres linda y hechicera, que eres linda y hechicera, como el canto de una rosa. Ingrata, me traicionabas cuando de ti estaba ausente, cuando de ti estaba ausente, de mi pasión te burlabas. Yo no te ofrezco riquezas, te ofrezco mi corazón, te ofrezco mi corazón, a cambio de mis pobrezas. Malagueña, cántale bonito, chiquitita. Ña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, que eres linda. Hasta que te aplaudan, chiquitita. Da y hechicera, que eres linda y hechicera, como el canto de una rosa. Como el canto de una rosa. Eso, Isabel.
Quiero que lo reciban con un fuerte aplauso a don Esteban Sandoval. Steven conocido, un verdadero gigante. ¡Sí, señor!
soy su amigo sincero y que vengo porque quiero a dejar mi corazón. Mi padre me dio la herencia de amar a esta hermosa tierra. Querer tanto a mi mariachi, tomar tequila y ser de honor. Me siento muy orgulloso de mi tierra mexicana, de portar traje de charro y ser mariachi por tradición. El aplauso para el mariachi Ángeles de Pepe Junior. Con el paso de los años me fui ganando el cariño de toda esta hermosa gente que me ha robado el corazón. Por eso vengo a dejarles mi amor y muchas canciones, pa' que sientan lo que siento cuando me entrego con gran pasión. Ya me voy, ya me despido, pero pronto doy la vuelta. No olviden que soy su amigo, que aquí nos vemos otra ocasión. Mi padre me dio la herencia de amar a esta hermosa tierra. Querer esta linda gente, de ser del pueblo y de ser de honor. Ya se va y ya se despide la voz del mariachi.
Seguimos adelante, Pepe. Vámonos con este hermoso tema del señor Pepe Martínez. ¿Se la saben? ¿Me ayudan? Va. March. Yo soy este viajero que va por el camino, por brechas y veredas, buscando su destino. Escucho alegres trinos de la viagurera, rumor de fresca brisa de tierra morena. Y miro en las espigas dorados sus trigales, no las que se mecen, muy verdes los maizales. Y serpentea las váridas de piedras quebradas, casitas con arcones de adobe blanqueadas. La Virgen del Cerrito que alivia nuestros males, nos da sus bendiciones, milagros y bondades. Con fe los mexicanos le brindan su canto y todos la visitan el día de su santo.
México, México, te llevo en el corazón.
Con la alegría del mariachi me brota la inspiración.
México, México, de bronce es tu corazón.
No hay como sones jarochos cantados con emoción. Que soy más fuerte para ellos. Pirámides labradas sin celeste pasión, y tallos coronados, un águila en acción, serpientes emplumadas en recio nopal. Es puro mexicano, valor nacional. Piletas como espejos y tibias sus lagunas, se peinan con el viento de encajes las espumas, de piedras molcajetes, volcanes nevados, el populista Tziguat, amantes postrados. Me quedo en este suelo tan lindo y tan sereno, porque he encontrado cantos, caricias y consuelos. Por tantas cosas buenas me quedo en tu seno, gozando tus pregones, te canta el viajero. ¿Recuerdan este hermoso tema del señor Manolo Muñoz? Me ayudan, ¿eh? Usted tiene cara como que sí canta. ¿Y bien? Necesito olvidar para poder vivir. No quisiera pensar que todo lo perdí, que en una llamarada se quemaran nuestras vidas, quedando las cabezas de aquel inmenso amor. Y no podré llorar, tampoco he de reír. Mejor guardo silencio, porque ha llegado el fin. Lo nuestro terminó cuando acabó la luz. Como se va la tarde al ir muriendo el sol. Siempre recordaré aquellos ojos verdes que guardan el color que los trigales tienen. A veces yo quisiera reír. Como la mascarada, porque se fue mi amor. Pero me voy de aquí, te dejo mi canción. Amor, de paz de mí, también me voy de ti. Lo nuestro terminó, tal vez me extrañarás, tal vez yo soñaré con esos ojos verdes como mares. Siempre recordaré aquellos ojos verdes que guardan el color que los trigales tienen. A veces yo quisiera reír. Carcajadas como la mascarada, porque se fue mi amor. Pero me voy de aquí, te dejo mi canción. Amor, de paz de mí, también me voy de ti. Lo nuestro terminó, tal vez me extrañarás, tal vez yo soñaré con esos ojos verdes como mares. Gracias, muchas gracias. Este sonecito que dice más o menos así. ¡Vámonos! Le canto a Jalisco. Soy del mérito Jalisco, tierra que debió nacer. Traigo sangre mexicana, traigo música en la piel. Cuando suena mi mariachi, se me alegra el corazón. Y canto con toda el alma, y canto con toda el alma. Como México no hay dos, no hay dos en el mundo entero. Ni hay sol que brille mejor. Si aquí la Virgen María
mucho mejor. Como México. No hay dos. Soy puro mexicano, nacido en este suelo, en esta hermosa tierra que es mi linda nación. Mi México querido, qué linda es mi bandera. Si alguno la mancilla, le parto el corazón. Como dice, ¡viva México! ¡Viva! ¡Viva América! ¡Viva! ¡Oh suelo bendito de Dios! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva! ¡Viva América! ¡Viva! Mi sangre por ti. Daré yo. Esos pasitos me los enseñaron ahorita, ¿eh? Ahorita me los acaban de enseñar. Guadalajara hermosa. Quiero decirte una cosa. Tú que conservas agua del pozo de tus mujeres, el rebozo. Guadalajara, Guadalajara, tienes el alma más mexicana. Ay, ay, ay. Y arriba los cholos dorados. Arriba las chivas. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Guadalajara. A ver todos ahora. ¡Sí, señor!
Tan verdes, que flores tan encendidas. Si piensas abandonarme, mejor quítame la vida. Alza los ojos al verme, si no estás comprometido. Por ahí va la despedida, chinito, por tus quereres. La perdición de los hombres son las benditas mujeres. Y aquí se acaban cantando los versos de los laureles. ¿Qué dirán los de tu casa cuando me miren tomando? Pensarán que por tu causa yo me vivo emborrachando. Y ándale. Pero si vieras cómo son lindas estas borracheras. Y ándale. Pero hasta cuándo dejan tus padres de andarte cuidando. me cante cigarra, que acabe tu sonsonete, que tu canto aquí en el alma como un puñal se me mete, sabiendo que cuando cantas, pregonando vas tu muerte. Marinero, marinero, dime si es verdad que sabes, porque distinguir no puedo, si en el fondo de los mares hay otro color más negro que el color de mis pesares. Ay, la, la, la. Ay, la, la, la. Ay, la, la, la. Y quiero morir cantando como muere la cigarra. Han nacido en mi rancho dos arbolitos que parecen gemelos, y desde mi casita los veo solitos, bajo el amparo santo y la luz del cielo. Nunca están separados uno del otro, porque así quiso Dios que los dos nacieran, y con sus mismas ramas se hacen caricias, como si fueran novios que se quisieran. Arbolito, arbolito, me tu voy a esperar que el día cansado muera. Y cuando estoy solita mirando al cielo, pido pa' que me mande una compañera. Arbolito, arbolito, me siento sola. Quiero que me acompañes hasta que muera. ¡Échale bonito! ¡Y que viva México! ¡Ay! ¡Qué bonita la fiesta charra, fiesta del sol! De los charros valientes trae con su canto la evocación. Caribe se festejo que huele a surco y a tradición, renueva de la faena más campirana de mi nación. Bonito es el Caribe y cuando su animación, yo quiero montar un toro pa' que me mire mi amor. Upa, yupa, yu. Upa, yupa, yu. Yo quiero montar un toro pa' que me mire mi amor. Ay, ay, ay. Sí, señor.
Con las palmas, arriba don Pepe Martínez, sí señor.
Qué chulos ojos los que tiene esa linda joven que estoy mirando. Qué miradita. Esa que me está matando, yo le voy a convencer. Es tan bonita. Su hermosura me ha deslumbrado por sus encantos. Es tan bonita. Yo le voy a hablar de amores. Qué chulada de mujer. Palmas arriba, con las palmas. Qué cuerpo, qué cara, qué ojitos chiquitos, ojitos que provocan el fuego de mi amor. Qué cuerpo, qué cara, qué ojitos bonitos, ojitos que provocan el fuego de mi amor. Ay, 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 ay. Y déjame decirte, qué chulada de mujer. A ver ese grito, muchacha. A bailar, muchachitas. Qué chulos ojos. Son luceros que alumbran mi alma cuando me miran. ¡Sácala a bailar! Cuando me miran. Parece que estoy soñando y no quiero amanecer. ¡Vámonos! Es tan bonita. Sí, señor. Su hermosura me ha deslumbrado por sus encantos. Es tan bonita. Yo le voy a hablar de amores. Qué chulada de mujer. A ver esas palmas, una vez más. Qué cuerpo, qué cara, qué ojitos chiquitos, ojitos que provocan el fuego de mi amor. Qué cuerpo, qué cara, qué ojitos bonitos, ojitos que provocan el fuego de mi amor.
Grupos de mujeres. Hace muchos años estuvo un grupo en México de mujeres que se llamaban las Adelitas y otro que se llamaban las Coronelas. Desgraciadamente no continuaron la labor de pertenecer ya ahora en esta época con la música ya actual y todo. Ahora con el Mariachi Las Perlitas se vino a formar nuevamente los grupos de mujeres. Yo pienso que tanto el hombre como la mujer tienen derecho a proyectar la música mexicana y en este momento lo están haciendo de una manera muy aceptable, tanto Las Perlitas como otro grupo también de recién proyección que se llaman las Reinas de Los Ángeles, lo cual yo les auguro un éxito, ¿verdad? Porque los dos grupos han tenido bastante aceptación y lo hacen de una manera muy bien, muy correcta. Ya ejecutan sus instrumentos y cantan la canción mexicana como debe ser, ¿no?
Veo tus ojos bañados de luz, rencores y miedo. Son iguales a los de mamá, que siempre he amado. Yo me acuesto feliz al saber que velan mis sueños. Son los ojos que llevo en mi ser, tan reales, tan lindos. No solo amo, veo la verdad, lo que aprendí, saber amar, los ojos de mi madre son para soñar. Veo solo amor, veo la verdad, lo que aprendí, saber amar, los ojos de mi madre son para soñar. Cada día que los veo brillar, quisiera decirles que yo quiero volver a mirar sus ojos, mi madre. Vi tus ojos por primera vez, mirarme de frente, cual si fuera un jardín celestial de vida latente. Veo solo amor, veo la verdad, lo que aprendí, saber amar, los ojos de mi madre son para soñar. Veo solo amor, veo la verdad, lo que aprendí, saber amar, los ojos de mi madre son para soñar. padecer. No ves que me estoy muriendo por culpa de tu querer. Ángel de mis amores, ya no me hagas padecer. No ves que me estoy muriendo por culpa de tu querer. Dime que sí, y que me quieres mucho, compadécete de mí. Dime que sí, dime que sí, y que me quieres mucho como yo te quiero a ti. Y puro Jalisco, sí señor. Ángel, tienen tus ojos los luceros que al brillar reflejan la luz del día cuando empiezo a despertar. Ángel, tienen tus ojos los luceros que al brillar reflejan la luz del día cuando empiezo a despertar. Dime que sí, y que me quieres mucho como a veces te di. Dime que sí, ay, dime que sí, y que me quieres mucho como yo te quiero a ti. Y puro Jalisco, sí señor.
Todos dicen que es mentira que te quiero, porque nunca me habían visto enamorado. Yo te juro que ni yo mismo comprendo el por qué tu mirar me ha fascinado. Cuando estoy cerca de ti y estás contenta, no quisiera que de nadie te acordarás. Tengo celos hasta del pensamiento que pueda recordarte a otra persona amada. Fuerte el aplauso. Júrame que aunque pase mucho tiempo, recordarás el momento en que yo te conocí. Mírame, pues no hay nada más profundo ni más grande en este mundo que el cariño que te di. Bésame con un beso enamorado como nadie me ha besado desde el día en que te conocí. Mírame hasta la locura. Y así sabrás la amargura que estoy sufriendo por ti. Bésame más la amargura que estoy sufriendo.
Para hablar de la Huasteca hay que haber nacido allá, saborear la carne seca con traguitos de mezcal, fumar cigarrito de hoja, prenderlo con pedernal, y aquel que mejor lo moja, más largo lo ha de fumar.
Esa Huasteca, yo no sé lo que tendrá, el que una vez la conoce, regresa y se queda allá. Huasteca linda, yo no te podré olvidar, si nací con tu querencia, si nací con tu cantar.
Soy soldado de la vida, de esos y de caballería, de esos de caballería. Soy soldado de la vida, con una mujer bonita. Y yo me incorporé a las filas por una mujer bonita. Por la vida mía.
Cecilia, lindo amorcito, te adoro con devoción, te adoro con devoción. Cecilia, lindo amorcito, quisiera darte un besito con fuego de mi pasión y estarme recostadito juntito a tu corazón. Puro ángeles, sí señor. ¡Eso, mero! Eres un ángel criatura, con esos divinos ojos, con esos divinos ojos. Eres un ángel criatura, y esas cejas tan oscuras, y ese par de labios rojos, y ese par de labios rojos, que cubren tu dentadura. Cecilia, lindo amorcito, ay, ay, ay. Muchas gracias.
estaba bañando ayer, pasaste por las orillas y no me quisiste ver. Ay, sandunga, sandunga, mamá, mamá, por Dios, sandunga, sandunga, no seas ingrata, mamá de mi corazón. Estaban dos tortolitas arrullándose en su nido, y por más luchas que te hiciste el desentendido. Ay, sandunga, sandunga, mamá, mamá, por Dios, sandunga, sandunga, mamá de corazón, corazón, no me quieras matar, corazón. Hola, muchachos. A ver, poquitos mexicanos. ¿Qué rayos me pasa a mí? Que quiero llorar gritando. Maldito sea Dios, cómo te estoy adorando. Qué suerte me cargo yo. Quisiera no haber nacido, porque te fui a conocer. Si eres un caso perdido, si un día te fuiste de mí, hoy vuelves. Demonios, ¿qué hago? Si te perdono, ¿pa' qué? Si te maldigo, ¿qué gano? Mejor tú sigue feliz y a mí que me lleve el diablo. Ay, ay, ay. Y arriba Lucha Vía, sí señor. A ver, ¿cómo dice? Aunque malgastes. Venga. Y aunque no quieras este amor que yo te ofrezco, aunque no quieras pronunciar mi humilde nombre, de cualquier modo yo te seguiré queriendo. Yo sé que nunca, los de atrás, que tu cariño no me desprecies, no es mi culpa, no seas malo, porque tú eres de quien sueño enamorarme. ¿Qué daño puedo hacerte con quererte? Si no me quieres tú, yo te comprendo. Perfectamente sé que no nací yo para ti, pero ¿qué puedo hacer si ya te quiero? No hay necesidad que me desprecies, tú ponte ponte en mi lugar a ver qué harías. La diferencia entre tú y yo tal vez sería corazón. Que yo en tu lugar sí te amaría. ¡Ay, ay, ay, muchachas! ¡Ay, ay, Te vi llegar y sentí la presencia de un ser desconocido. Te vi llegar y sentí lo que nunca jamás había sentido. Te quise amar y tu amor no era fuego, no era lumbre. Las distancias apartan las ciudades destruyen las costumbres. Te dije adiós y pediste que nunca te olvidara. Te dije adiós y sentí de tu amor otra vez la fuerza extraña. Y mi alma completa se me cubrió de hielo y mi cuerpo entero se llenó de frío. Y estuve a punto de cambiar tu mundo, de cambiar tu mundo. Por el mundo mío. Podrás cambiar de nombre, de patria, de todo, modificar tu rostro, tu historia, tu modo. Pero por más que borres, que limpies, que cambies, la huella de mis besos tendrás en la cara. Llegarán otros besos que tapen los míos, mas por debajo de ellos los míos lucirán. Y hasta cuando en la tierra, oh, la tierra te tape, y ahí estarán mis besos pegados siempre a ti. Podrás cambiar de nombre, de patria, de todo.
¡Échale, güerita! ¡Y arriba las mujeres, sí, señor! ¡Ajay! ¡Cántale, güerita! Y tú te creías el rey de todo el mundo. Y tú que nunca fuiste capaz de perdonar. Muy cruel y despiadado, de todo te reías. Hoy imploras cariño, aunque sea por piedad. ¿A dónde está tu orgullo? ¿A dónde está el coraje? Porque hoy que estás vencido, me no vuelvas a apostar.
Stop. Amanecí otra vez entre tus brazos y desperté llorando de alegría. Me cobijé la cara con tus manos para seguirte amando todavía.
Despertaste tú, casi dormido. Tú me querías decir no sé qué cosa, pero callé tu boca con mis besos y así pasaron muchas
Ahora aquí pasó volando una calandria amarilla, una calandria amarilla. Por aquí pasó volando, por aquí pasó volando una calandria amarilla, una calandria amarilla. Por aquí pasó volando. En su piquito llevaba una rosa de Castilla que el viento la deshojaba como blanca maravilla. En su piquito llevaba una rosa de Castilla que el viento la deshojaba como blanca maravilla. Mi chuchena se ve bañada a la orilla del río y junto al mar. María Chuchena se estaba bañando y el techador por su casa pasando y le decía: María, María, ni te echo tu casa, ni te echo la mía, ni te echo tu casa, ni te echo la mía, ni te echo la casa de María García. Y nos vamos a Veracruz, muchachos. Y nos escucha ese aplauso, este torito que traigo lo traigo desde Tepaco, lo traigo desde Tepaco, este torito que traigo y lo vengo manteniendo con cascaritas de mango. Este torito que traigo lo traigo desde Alvarado. Lázaro, Lázaro, Lázaro que se te va, échame en tus brazos mi alma si me quieres voluntad. Lázaro, Lázaro, Lázaro que se te fue, échame en tus brazos mi alma y nunca te olvidaré. Este torito que traigo no es pinto ni es colorado, no es pinto ni es colorado. Este torito que traigo es un torito barroso de las llaves acerrado. Este torito que traigo lo traigo desde Alvarado. Lázaro, Lázaro, Lázaro que se te va, échame en tus brazos mi alma si me tienes voluntad. Lázaro, Lázaro, Lázaro que se te fue, échame en tus brazos mi alma y nunca te olvidaré. Hola violines, saque de polvo, sí señor.
maceta y me da de comer. Me agarra la bruja y me lleva a su casa, me vuelve maceta y me da calabaza. Dígame usted cuántas cigarritas se ha chupado usted. Ninguna, 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 no sé. Ando en pretensiones de chuparme a usted. Que suene zarpa vieja.
Estaba María Chuchena, sentadita en la barranca, sentadita en la barranca. Estaba María Chuchena.
Estaba María Chuchena, sentadita en la barranca, sentadita en la barranca. Estaba María Chuchena.
Con su vestido en las piernas, recogiendo flores blancas. Estaba María Chuchena, sentadita en la barranca.
Con su vestido en las piernas, recogiendo flores blancas. Estaba María Chuchena, sentadita en la barranca.
María Chuchena se fue a bañar, orilla del río, muy bonito el mar. María Chuchena se estaba bañando y el techador le estaba mirando y le decía:
María, María,
ni te echo tu casa, ni te echo la quena, ni te echo tu casa, ni te echo la quena, ni te echo la casa de María Chuchena. ¡Ay, ay!
Sí, señor. Gracias.
¿Dónde está el grito de las mujeres? Ahí le va, mami. Esa piel de usted, señora, hasta el alma me devora, y es por su amor. Qué feliz es el que añora a un amor que sí valora el sufrir de un ser que añora sin condición. Me di cuenta en un segundo que mi amor le pertenece a nadie más. Me hace falta ser amado con amor desesperado y me siento un fracasado.
No huyas.
Si ya no está. Piel con piel, así quiero estar con ella. Piel con piel, que me alumbren las estrellas.
Piel con piel, piel con piel. No me importa que nos vea la gente, que nos vea la gente. Así quiero estar con ella.
Ajá, música, 3, 4, paraba. Eso, qué bárbaros.
Que se haga bonito el aplauso para el Mariachi Ángeles de Pepe Junior. Gracias, Pepe. Gracias.
Esa piel de usted, señora, hasta el alma me devora, y es por su amor. Qué feliz es el que añora a un amor que sí valora el sufrir de un ser que añora sin condición. Me encanta esta canción.
Tú échale, échale.
Me di cuenta en un segundo que mi amor le pertenece a nadie más. Me hace falta ser amado con amor desesperado y me siento un fracasado si ella no está. Piel con piel, así quiero estar con ella, piel con piel, que me alumbren las estrellas, piel con piel, piel con piel, no me importa que nos vea la gente, que nos vea la gente. Así quiero estar con ella, piel con piel.
Gracias, muchas gracias. A ver qué les parece este hermoso tema.
Deje que el llanto me bañe el alma. Quiero llorar, traigo sentimiento. Quiero gritar a los cuatro vientos que no soy nadie, que no soy nadie, que nada valgo sin tu querer, mujer. Quiero que sepas que ando tomando como los hombres, no los borrachos. Quiero que sepas que estoy pagando con llanto amargo mi falso orgullo y mi vanidad. Dejen que el llanto me bañe el alma. No es que yo quiera sentirme un santo, dejen llorar, yo no sé qué traigo, no sé qué traigo en el corazón. Quiero que sepas que al verte ajena mi falso orgullo se doblegó, que poco valgo sin tu cariño, que poco valgo ya sin tu amor. Dejen que el llanto me bañe el alma.
poco valgo ya sin tu amor. Dejen que el llanto me bañe, me bañe el alma.
Un tema que grabara con el Mariachi Vargas, arreglo del señor Pepe Martínez. Ahí le va, don Pepe.
Por amor se han creado los hombres en la faz de la tierra. Por amor hay quien haya querido regalar una estrella. Por amor fue una vez al Calvario con una cruz a cuestas, aquel que también por amor entregó el alma entera. Por amor se confunden las aguas y en la fuente se besan, y en las alas de la mariposa los colores se crean. Por amor ha existido en el mundo siempre tanta belleza, y el color de la naturaleza se pintó por amor, y por amor soy de ti y seré toda la vida mientras viva. Por amor soy de ti, por amor, por amor, por amor. Por amor, una noche cualquiera, un amante se entrega. Por amor, en un beso se calman unos labios que esperan. Por amor ya no llevo las cruces que me dio el sufrimiento, y por ti lo que fuera mi suerte se cambió por amor, por amor. Soy de ti y seré
mucho todavía, mientras vida, mientras vida.
Violín, guapango, cuatro cuerdas probadoras, como cuatro pescadoras que le cantan al amor. Ay la 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 la. Ay la 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 la.
escucho todavía en mi tierra tan querida.
Violín, guapango, cuatro cuerdas trovadoras, como cuatro pescadoras que le cantan al amor. Violín, guapango, cuatro cuerdas trovadoras, como cuatro pescadoras que le cantan al amor. Guapango, violín, guapango.
Muy buenas noches, nos vemos mañana a las 7 de la noche. Buenas noches.
You're watching LA36, television dedicated to lifelong learning.
the finale of Act One of La Traviata. We are in Violetta's house in Paris, right after one of her soirees. Her salon is very popular. It attracts the gay and the irresponsible. It is a frivolous society, and at its worst it is immoral, where both reputations and fortunes can be lost in an evening. The demi-monde of Paris. Tonight's party was the same all over again, but with a difference. Tonight, Violetta met Alfredo Germont, a young man from Provence. She knows he loves her. For months he has been showering her with gifts and flowers. But that is nothing. All men love this courtesan who has the bearing of a duchess. The strange thing is the new feeling in her heart. Now that she is alone, for the first time she is uncertain of herself. She feels out of place. This is something new, something strange.
Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky. You had fire. Fire to burn the soul and lift the heart. I would help you, Peter, always. And then, Peter, your first letter to me.
Dear friend, thank you for your sweet, kind, and friendly letters, and your wonderful generosity. Because of you, I can compose. Because of you, the music sings in me.
How quickly the days ran. Always your letters, your blessed letters.
Dear friend, you will be very happy to know that because of you, I have written the music for a ballet. I hope it will please you, for it is you, your faith in me, where others have doubted, which makes the music dance in me.
Yes, because of me, the music dances.
grigio cielo sospinto, un gemito d'estinto viene.
a light.
Oh, you're not allowed to smoke in here, sir.
That's quite all right, Mr. Jarvis.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. If it's the meeting of the board you're here for, sir, it starts in about 5 minutes in the conference room.
That's a very interesting timepiece you have there.
It's given to me by my father, sir, and his father before him. It strikes the hours when you press down on the stem.
Does it now? Well, fancy that.
Yes, it's quite a rare old piece. Are you, connected with the museum, sir?
Yes.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I didn't recognize you. You must be one of the trustees.
Must I?
Have you been in here long, sir? Well, what I mean, sir, is, were you in here when I brought Mr. Rook in?
Oh, the little pompous man. Yes, I was here.
Well, then you were here when the glass was broken. Did you see who did it, sir?
Sit down, Mr. Jarvis. You're very fond of that painting, aren't you?
It's the finest painting to come into this museum since I've been here, sir.
And you've been here a long time.
11 years.
11 and a half. And this is your favorite painting of the collection?
From the first moment I saw it, it's a masterpiece.
Thank you. You find it very beautiful?
Well, not beautiful. Intriguing. That house, planted there in that desolate waste. I'd like to know more about it. I'd like to know if anyone lived there.
You mean it might be a deserted house?
Well, yes.
But of course. A light in the window. That's what it needs. Then we'll really know people live there. Won't we, Mr. Jarvis? You're a very observant man. And think of another thing. Think what a light in that left-hand window would do for the composition. It would set a focal point for all those diagonal lines that sweep from corner to corner. A light must be placed in that window. Have you a light? Mr. Jarvis?
Oh, yes. Do you know? I believe you're right. Yes, I'm sure of it. What a shame the artist is dead. You'd have convinced him to put a light in that window.
We don't need the artist for that.
No? You don't mean to suggest that...
You could do it.
With my little paint and brushes?
You won't need paint or brushes.
What do you mean by that?
Come closer to the painting. Have you ever taken a really good close look? I don't mean simply to the point where you can see the swells and little hills and valleys of paint. I mean close enough to get to the very heart of the pigment. It can be done, Mr. Jarvis. Your eye has traveled up this road 1,000 times. Now let's travel up it together. All it takes is a little imagination. And you are a man of imagination. See how the road yawns out invitingly beyond the frame. Feel the cold dampness of those walls. Brush past the dead, dry fingers of that tree. Push through those mysterious banks of whirling mist.